Chapter 572, Extreme Attack Speed. Chapter 572, Extreme Attack Speed. The dark demonic gold insects howled forwards, their vibrating horns tearing the air. This imposing aura was shocking to all. Lin Ming glanced over at Hong Zhong. His features were maliciously twisted, anticipation in his eyes as the demonic gold insects had formed a shield behind him. Lin Ming sneered. The bodies of the demonic gold insects were certainly hard and unyielding, but the shield formed by them certainly wasn't the same. Taking a step backwards, the thunder on the purple comet spear suddenly converged upon itself. The three-colored lightning formed a spear of thunder, perfectly fusing together with the purple comet spear. With the support of the violet electricity spirit bamboo, the potency of this attack had reached the limit. Concept of thunder, chasing thunder. Lin Ming's figure instantly vanished. Spear and man became one, turning into a blazing bolt of lightning, arcing forward. The demonic gold insect's attack naturally failed. In that moment, sound itself seemed to be swallowed up. Lin Ming had become a peerless master spear. He had become the spear had become him. Cha. Lin Ming turned into an electric light that stabbed into the shield of demonic gold insect. The speed of this attack was simply too quick. Even many of the martial artists present couldn't see what had happened. All they saw was a dazzling flash of lightning and the sound of something shattering. Dozens of dark demonic gold insects were shot backwards. Hong Zhong was beyond shocked. With a loud shout of surprise, his eyes widened. He grasped the Overlord spear, bringing it forward. However, it was too late. Puff. With a light sound, all of the potential Hong Zhong had gathered was shattered. He stood there, motionless like statue, but Lin Ming had already instantly appeared hundreds of feet past him, as if he had teleported there. Zizi. Electric light still sparkled on Lin Ming's body. The dazzling radiance of the purple comet spear was difficult to look directly at. Because the speed of the attack was too fast, a several hundred-foot-long fissure had appeared in the ground behind Lin Ming. As for Hong Zhong, his eyes had dulled over and his body was stiff. He still maintained his posture of wielding his spear, the Overlord spear in his hands halfway up. In front of him, a hole the size of a large egg had appeared in the shield of demonic gold insects. There, several demonic gold insects had vanished. This hole, if one looked, extended straight through to Hong Zhong's throat. In the center of Hong Zhong's throat was a similar hole. It passed completely through his head, exiting through the back. All of the flesh and skin around this area had been scorched black. The bones of his throat had shattered, broken with a single strike. Lin Ming hadn't pierced the demonic gold insects directly, instead aiming for where they attached to each other. Once he destroyed this connection, they naturally were shunted away by the attack. Although the demonic gold insects had a hard body, the areas which they connected were not as strong. The defensive ability of the demonic gold insects lay in their ability to separate a portion of themselves to form a shield around the martial artist, using this shield to defend against attacks. But, if an attack exceeded the response time of these demonic gold insects, then there simply wasn't anything they could do about it. After piercing through the shield of demonic gold insects, Lin Ming's spear had stabbed through Hong Zhong's throat. There was no chance for him to resist. This was too fast. Chasing thunder fused the concept of thunder as well as the great desolate halberd art. This was an attack that Lin Ming poured his complete will and bodily potential into. In the entirety of Lin Ming's repertoire, this was the fastest attack. In the power of laws, the speed of thunder was even quicker than wind. Lin Ming hadn't wanted to reveal this card in his hand, but compared to burning the blood of the ancient phoenix or using the 8 inner hidden gates, chasing thunder was the most suitable skill. The surrounding martial artists didn't have time to react. In fact, most of them hadn't even seen what had happened. They only saw the flash of thunder, and Lin Ming seeming as if he teleported hundreds of feet away. As for Hong Zhong, a hole had suddenly appeared in his throat. Hong Zhong, he died. Hong Zhong had been winning just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, without time to take a single breath, the flow of battle had completely changed. It was faster than one could react. When Lin Ming had defended against Hong Zhong's heavenly shrine suppression, people had already expected that Lin Ming would win. But no one thought he would win so quickly, with a surprising move that took less than a second. What an amazingly fast attack. Its speed approaches a terrifying boundary. If I fight Lin Ming in the future, I must be careful of this move. In the moment of that attack, it seemed to tear through the void itself. A surprise attack could achieve the highest effect. If others were prepared, then it naturally wouldn't be the same. In the arena, Muk Jiu let out a sigh of relief. He ruefully smiled and shook his head. His worry had been for nothing. Perhaps, this isn't Lin Ming's limit. Lin Ming is someone who knows what he is doing. When he was on the second floor, he hadn't grasped this attack yet. But, after going into closed-door seclusion for 8 months and then spending another 2 months on the third floor, he was able to. This was an entire 10 months. If Lin Ming hadn't made enormous progress, then why would he leave? Hong Zhong's corpse slumped down where it stood. But as for those demonic gold insects, they continued to buzz in the air. Without Hong Zhong's conscious control, they floated without purpose. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He reached out a hand and took off the spirit insect bag on Hong Zhong's waist. Come in. It was originally impossible for Lin Ming to control these demonic gold insects. But now, since they had lost all order and purpose, he could easily seize them all. With a wave of his hand, dozens of demonic gold insects flew into the spirit insect bag. You are looking to die. In the arena, Kai Yang exploded with utter rage. Whoosh! His figure flashed onto the arena stage. A sharp sword left its sheath, thrusting straight towards Lin Ming. Millimeter. Lin Ming's eyes shined with a cold light. He stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, instantly disappearing. Bang! The metal ground fiercely trembled. Kai Yang had torn a hole in it. Lin Ming fluttered down several dozens of feet away. He drew the purple comet spear, the spear point directed straight towards Kai Yang. Stop! A black-clothed referee coldly humphed, appearing in the center of the martial stage. During a match, no one may interrupt. Otherwise you will be in violation of Skysplit Tower's rules. Kai Yang took a deep breath. Skysplit Tower had ironclad rules that could not be violated, even the High Lords were no exception. He suppressed the thick killing intent in his heart and coldly shouted, "Boy, hand over that spirit insect bag." Hilarious. The corners of Lin Ming's lips panned up in a sneer. If I kill someone, then all of their possessions belong to me. Besides their city entrance token, everything is mine. These are the rules of Skysplit Tower. Tell me exactly what I have done wrong. Why should I give you anything? You wanted to use someone to kill me, but now that they died, I have to give this back to you. Is there really something so good? You. Kai Yang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Good. You are very good. With a wave of his sleeve, Kai Yang's robe rolled up. With a faint buzzing sound, the remaining demonic gold insects in the air completely flew towards Kai Yang's side. However, because the demonic gold insects in Lin Ming's spirit insect bag were separated into a different space, they weren't able to receive Kai Yang's orders, so it was naturally impossible for them to return to him. Lin Ming wasn't able to prevent this. He didn't have the ability to control the demonic gold insects. Lin Ming looked at the referee, coldly saying, "Mr. Referee, according to the rules of Skysplit Tower, aren't all of these things my spoils of battle?" This. The referee's expression was difficult. He hesitated for a moment but remained silent. Lin Ming, you are far greedier than a snake. You even want these too? Dream on. Kai Yang's heart was filled with a burning anger. Lin Ming coldly looked at Kai Yang, not speaking. At this time, exchanging words was useless and fighting was also forbidden. In that case, he might as well not speak. Everyone could see the truth. In the future, everything would be settled within the arena. Lin Ming, you'd better not step out of the fighting forbidden zones even half a step. Otherwise, I will have you suffer to death. Kai Yang ruthlessly spat out. He was no longer willing to stay in the martial arena any longer. He quickly exited. After Kai Yang left the martial arena, everyone was silent, not daring to make a noise. The atmosphere was chilling. But there were actually some people whispering. The one who lent the demonic gold insects to Hong Zhong was Kai Yang. Now that Hong Zhong is dead, it's completely reasonable for Lin Ming to take them. He wanted to lend a knife to someone to kill someone else, but after being defeated, he still wants his knife back. Is there such a truth in this world? Kai Yang is far too presumptuous. What can be done about it? Lin Ming is only a newcomer, but Kai Yang is a subordinate of a high lord. If he can endure, then he has to. Not to mention that Lin Ming has also obtained several dozen demonic gold insects. But if he wants to raise them, it won't be a simple matter. Lin Ming ignored the discussion in the audience. He removed Hong Zhong's spatial ring as well as flicking his finger, sending the blood-extinguishing demon thunder into Hong Zhong's body to attract his blood essence, condensing it into a blood-drinking seal. At this time, Hong Zhong's infernal energy also broke into Lin Ming's body. This was the infernal energy of a late six-winged heavenly demon. The density of this energy was extremely high. After it rushed into Lin Ming's body, the heavenly demon tattoo on his arm slowly became clearer and clearer. The first 3 pairs of wings were already condensed, but the fourth would be much more difficult. After absorbing the massive amount of infernal energy from Hong Zhong, Lin Ming's 4th pair of wings was less than half condensed. This was the same as a middle 6-winged heavenly demon. When the 4th pair of wings was complete, that would be an 8-winged heavenly demon. After becoming an 8-winged heavenly demon, his speed at practicing demonic path cultivation methods would rise to yet another level. Several staff came on stage and lifted Hong Zhong's corpse away. The referee embarrassingly smiled at Lin Ming and said, "Congratulations on your victory. Hong Zhong originally had a 95-win winning streak. After killing him, you should obtain a 10-win winning streak. But, because the disparity of your win streak and Hong Zhong's is too great, your win streak is directly taken from his, -30. Now, your total win streak is 65. At the same time, you also obtain 9 slaughter points from ending his winning streak, as well as another slaughter point for reaching a 60-win winning streak. This is a total of 10 slaughter points. Lin Ming's win streak was originally at 52. After obtaining a 10-win winning streak from Hong Zhong, he reached 62. Since his win streak was less than 65, it rose to that amount. After this match you can cultivate for 2 months. If you do not come out during your closed-door seclusion, then you will need to make up for the matches you've missed within 1 day. I respectfully congratulate young hero Lin and wish you a bright future," the referee said with a smile. "I understand," Lin Ming lightly replied. He turned around and left, walking towards the practice area. Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor had new martial artists entering every month, as well as martial artists disappearing every month. These people might have died, or they might have left. Whether they left or not was a choice they could make at any time. But there was actually a massive number of martial artists that were willing to risk their lives to stay within Skysplit Tower. This was for the pressure and cultivation resources that Skysplit Tower offered. This practice environment was one that was unique to Skysplit Tower. This time, Lin Ming went to another practice area. This was for the concept of fire. Chapter 573, The Road of a Martial Arts Master. Chapter 573, The Road of a Martial Arts Master. The 3rd floor of Skysplit Tower, practice area. This time, the practice area that Lin Ming arrived at was the concept of fire. The practice area for the concept of fire also cost a slaughter point every 10 days. Currently, Lin Ming had a great deal of slaughter points, so he could stay here as he wished. Entering in, there was a vast expanse of space. In front of Lin Ming, the land was full of dark red rocks that extended to the horizon. Between these rocks, there were unknown plants growing. These plants, without exception, all exuded a very strong and pure fire origin energy. Not too far away, there was a turbid crimson stream surging through. From afar, it resembled lava, but as one closed in they would notice that it was actually comprised of fire origin energy. A scalding hot wind blew off it. This heat itself was much hotter than normal lava. It was enough to directly scorch one's skin to a crisp. This place is a bit similar to the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. When Lin Ming had first entered the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, he had also perceived the concept of fire through meditation. Now, he would repeat that experience again. This river of fire origin energy seemed simple, but in truth, every wave, every ebb, contained laws of fire. Lin Ming sat on a burning rock floating on the river, entering into the ethereal martial intent state. He completely invested his concentration into comprehending the concept of fire. Slowly, Lin Ming submerged deep into this river of fire origin energy. A vast fire energy continuously flowed into Lin Ming's body from his acupoints. It made a random path through his meridians before discharging through his pores. A faint trace of essence and comprehension stayed within Lin Ming's body. As Lin Ming entered into the river of fire origin energy, he lost all sense of time. Burning heat. This is actually the movement of fire origin energy. The faster this energy goes, the more it impacts, the higher the temperature is. If I can stimulate this same situation with true essence, then the power of fire will also increase. This was a part of the truth that Lin Ming had become aware of before. But now, sitting through meditation, his understanding of this truth became even deeper. Lin Ming didn't know how long he sat in meditation for. The purple comet spear seemed to come out of the spatial ring as if it had a mind of its own. Fire origin energy was stirred up by the sacred flame parasol tree, brilliantly burning. A spear shot out again and again. Fire origin energy rushed in all directions from Lin Ming's body, fusing into the purple comet spear. With the support of the sacred flame parasol tree, the might grew to another level. After touching upon the threshold for the gate of healing, Lin Ming's endurance had increased by a great amount. He nearly didn't feel fatigue. He didn't know how long he danced with his spear, but slowly, over time, understanding and comprehension seeped into his heart. If I can combine the concept of fire with the great desolate halberd art, what would that be like? If I can fuse the concept of fire and the concept of thunder together, and then pour that into the great desolate halberd art, what would that be like too? As Lin Ming thought of this, his heart was stirred. He was impatient in wanting to test this out. Combining any of the 5-element concepts together was impossibly difficult. This was because normally speaking, a martial artist would only have a single sort of physique. Dual attribute martial artists had nearly all vanish. Even if they did have a dual attribute body, it wasn't easy if they wished to fuse concepts together. But Lin Ming had the heretical god seed within him, and his inborn fusion compatibility with thunder and fire reached a terrifying degree. Because of this impossibility could become a possibility. If he solely fused the concept of fire into his spear, then he would be able to create a move on the same level as chasing thunder. But if he fused the power of thunder and fire together, then he naturally would be able to create an even stronger ability. One just had to recall Thunder-Fire Annihilation to know this. But Thunder-Fire Annihilation was merely the most barbaric and primitive application of Thunder-Fire. Every time Lin Ming used it, it would consume a massive amount of true essence. In fact, when Thunder-Fire Annihilation exploded, most of its energy was wasted. This energy turned into shock waves that shot out in all directions. But the amount that actually struck the enemy was only a small portion of the total strength. Using Thunder-Fire Annihilation just a single time would take at least 40 to 50% of Lin Ming's true essence reserves. This was also the reason that Lin Ming did not dare to rashly use Thunder-Fire Annihilation. He could only wait until a battle reached its crescendo before using it as a final ending ability. Otherwise, if this attack failed, he would fall into an extremely dangerous and passive position. But, if he could fuse the concepts of thunder and fire into his spear, then none of that would be a problem. This was a much higher level application of Thunder-Fire. It was a much more clever and exquisite use than the primitive Thunder-Fire Annihilation. If he was able to use this ability, he might even be able to get rid of Thunder-Fire Annihilation in the future. Lin Ming looked at the purple comet spear in his hands. This purple comet spear was made from the union of violet electricity spirit bamboo and sacred flame parasol tree, both of them being peak high-grade earth-step treasures. He had obtained this spear a long time ago, but because of the limits in his cultivation, he hadn't been able to use it to its greatest effect and allow it to shine. But now was the time. With this spear, he would be able to simultaneously increase the power of thunder and fire, fusing them together. It was as if the heavens themselves were helping him to fuse fire and thunder. The Great Desolate Halberd Art is a style that was created by the Demon Emperor and it suits him the most. If I use it, then it will be greatly weakened from its true strength. Even so, I have comprehended many truths from the Great Desolate Halberd Art. I've understood the power of twisting, the power of traction, the concept of space, the concept of time, and in addition, because I cultivated the Great Desolate Halberd Art, my own cultivation has greatly increased. But others' techniques are still their own, they won't completely suit me. I will take the Great Desolate Halberd Art as my foundation and combine it with the heretical God Force, creating a style that belongs to my own road of martial art. When Lin Ming made this decision, he hadn't realized that he had already unconsciously stepped onto the path of being a true martial arts master. In the realm of the gods, since ancient times, those martial artists that could truly approach the peak of martial arts had all carved their own path, creating their own martial arts road. For instance, the Supreme Elder that had first created Golden Rock shattering the void, had done so by watching the savage battle between a golden-winged rock and a true dragon. Then, using 60 years of closed-door seclusion, he had finally created the elementary form of Golden Rock shattering the void. However, since Golden Rock shattering the void fell into Lin Ming's hands, the speed of it was greatly reduced from its full potential. This was due to Lin Ming's limited comprehension of concepts as well as this movement technique not being entirely suitable for him. Emulating others always meant one reached the end of that river. The martial artists of Sky Spill Continent had already defended their legacies and inheritances that their ancestors left behind, regarding them as the most precious and valuable treasures. But without evolution, these legacies would slowly decline, fading away and degenerating into something inferior. This was also the reason that the legacies of Sky Spill Continent's Holy Lands usually last 10,000 to 20,000 years. But, within the realm of the gods, the true Holy Lands had inheritances that lasted 1,000,000 years, or even several million years. This was because they all had peerless talents of their generation. These were haughty, arrogant, lofty existences that could carve out their own path of martial arts, establishing an even more brilliant future through the foundation laid by their predecessors. Through this, the legacy of these holy lands could soar to yet another level. However, one couldn't blame the martial artists of Sky Spill Continent for being short-sighted. To establish one's own martial arts was simply far, far too difficult. Even if one did, creating something on the level of the divine acacia power or some other inferior cultivation method, it still would never compare to the resources that the young heroic elites of the realm of the gods had, and their unique, advantageous environment. Originally, with Lin Ming's cultivation and environment of growth, it was nonsense to say he could create his own set of martial arts. But Lin Ming had the magic cube, and the magic cube had an endless supply of soul fragment memories that contained countless cultivation methods, secret skills, and martial skill. Using this as the basis and mastering these abilities through his own study, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Lin Ming's conditions were far better than those of any genius from the realm of the gods. If the former Lin Ming was compared to other outstanding young elites of his time, then his only advantage would be in the thickness of his true essence. In terms of strength, cultivation methods, or martial skills, he would be far surpassed by others. By the current Lin Ming was far ahead of any other young talent of his age. Not just that, but it was the difference between the heavens and earth. The current Lin Ming hadn't thought that far. What he wanted to do now was to fuse the concepts of thunder and fire into his spear, as well as fusing in the two top cultivation methods, the heretical God Force and Great Desolate Halberd Art. Such a fusion, even if he was only able to attempt it a bit, would provide endless benefits to the current Lin Ming. Shoo! In the empty space, spear light burned with boundless flames, as dazzling as the noon sun. The spear shadows all wove together in the same place, forming a gorgeous net of light without a single gap. In an instant, the flames disappeared. The energy on the spear suddenly changed into the power of thunder. Thick arcs of electricity crawled on the spear like purple snakes, wildly, crazily dancing. Fire, thunder. These two types of energies swapped back and forth again and again, faster and faster. The fierce savagery of fire and the extreme speed of thunder. If both of these forces could be fused together, then one could obtain the ultimate striking force and speed. The destructive force of this attack could be imagined. Lin Ming lost count of the days he practiced for, or the numerous times he had exhausted his true essence, putting himself in danger. Even so, Lin Ming didn't say anything further. He would only take out 100 high-grade blood demon crystals and revolved the great desolate halberd art, wantonly absorbing the rich energy and blood vitality within. In less than an hour, his true essence would be supplemented, but a great deal of the energy within the blood demon crystals would be wasted. But Lin Ming didn't care. The reason he used so many blood demon crystals in such a disposable manner was all in order to save a few more minutes returning to his peak state, maintaining that faint hint of enlightenment. This could be said to be the cost of practicing this way. After all, Lin Ming had obtained a great deal of blood demon crystals after killing Hong Zhong. But these periods of insight were fleeting. If he missed it once, then who knew when the next time would be? Like this crazy practice lasted for several months. Lin Ming's spear strikes contained an inherent concept of thunder and fire that became increasingly primed. The ground under his feet had already torn apart. The billowing river of fire origin energy had already doubled in width. Whoosh! A brilliant light cut across the sky like a rising sun. Lin Ming's form disappeared, fully integrating into the spear, becoming a complete, organic whole. He was like a meteor impacting forwards. In the blink of an eye, dozens of miles passed beneath him. Lin Ming crashed into a mountain peak. Sigh. Rock melted. A hole dozens of feet wide appeared in the mountain peak, completely passing through the mountain that was several miles thick. Through this massive hole, one could see crushed stones and dripping hot lava following all the way through. By fusing the concept of fire into this spear strike and pouring all of his will and blood vitality into this strike, he was able to achieve effects on a similar level to Chasing Thunder. Lin Ming decided to name this move Chasing Sunday. What Lin Ming had used a moment ago was not just Chasing Sun, but a strike that also contained a hint of the concept of thunder. Although it hadn't fully fused together, it had begun to take shape. If he continued to improve this, completely integrating the concepts of thunder and fire together, then this would become Lin Ming's mightiest killing move, one that surpassed Thunderfire Annihilation. Not just that, but it wouldn't consume too much true essence, and even rarer, its speed was extremely fast. It was basically impossible to defend against. Lin Ming put away the purple comet spear. As he looked to his own dantian, he mumbled to himself, "I didn't notice, but my cultivation has already reached the peak of the middle Xiantian realm. I'm only missing a single step before I can enter the late Xiantian realm. In these last months of practice, my benefits have been too great." Chapter 574, Late Xiantian Realm. Chapter 574, Late Xiantian Realm. On Skysplit Tower's 4th floor, in a luxuriously decorated hall, 3 robed men stood there. They were watching a battle array disc set in front of them. Above the array disc was repeating the entire fight of Lin Ming and Hong Zhong. These 3 people were Skysplit Tower's High Lords. In the last battle, Lin Ming had shown Chasing Thunder, using this skill to instantly kill Hong Zhong. Seeing this scene, even these worldly High Lords sucked in a cold breath. Hong Zhong also died. His strength can be ranked in Skysplit Tower's top 30. According to this, Lin Ming's strength must be ranked at least in the mid-20s. However, I still feel that he is hiding a part of his strength. If this is true, then his strength must rank in the top 20. This young man is simply too terrifying. For him to have this cultivation and strength at this age, he is absolutely an upper-ranking Emperor-level talent. Among the 3 10-winged High Lords, High Lord Shengong was the one speaking. He was the one who had arranged Hong Zhong's battle against Lin Ming. He had thought that Hong Zhong would be enough to handle him, but he didn't imagine this would be the result instead. "We've already made our effort. We can't stop him rising anymore. According to Skysplit Tower's own rules, it's impossible for us to arrange someone in the top 10 as his opponent. If so, then we can only wait until Lin Ming develops to the level of the Heavenly Demon 7 stars and then lay down our cards with him. He can either submit to us, or he can leave Skysplit Tower. He should be smart enough to know what choice to make." Skysplit Tower did not stop martial artists if they wanted to leave. In fact, the High Lords very much wanted to see these unstoppable heroes leave. They wanted those young outstanding heroic elites to scurry away as soon as possible. If they stayed in Skysplit Tower, then the High Lords would have trouble sleeping in peace. Humph, why would a human pledge themselves to us? His heart and race are completely different from us. This Lin Ming can either leave Skysplit Tower or die. The one speaking was an imp High Lord. He was Kai Yang's boss, High Lord Heian. Heian, you better not have some dark thoughts. It's fine if you kill on the arena stage, but if you dare to assassinate him, then you will be in violation of our bottom line. You must know that there are several old monsters that already became 12-winged heavenly demons in Skysplit Tower before leaving. After leaving, they even became peerless emperors. These people can ignore the strange curse of the blood slaughter steppes and re-enter this land. Among them is the 8-4 War Emperor. He is a human. Initially, when he crossed the 8th stage of life destruction and reached the Divine Sea, he was also someone who comprehended the laws of space and time. Because of this, his combat strength far surpasses a supreme elder on his level. This is why he is titled the 8-4 War Emperor. If he decides to return to the blood slaughter steppes, then let alone us, even Polar Skysplit Tower's Tower Master is nothing in front of him. In fact, even the Step Master of the 12 Skysplit Towers is most likely not his match. In the blood slaughter steppes, because of a mysterious curse that permeated this land, a martial artists whose strength reached a top-level demon king, or perhaps 1 or 2 stages of life destruction, would not dare to step foot in the blood slaughter steppes. This was because they feared dying to this curse. There was no need to mention demon emperors or divine sea masters. If they came to the blood slaughter steppes, then they would perish without a doubt. But there was a single exception. This was a martial artist that became a 12-winged heavenly demon within the blood slaughter steppes. These individuals seemed to have obtained the recognition of the mystical strength hidden within the blood slaughter steppes, and thus would have the qualifications to re-enter the blood slaughter steppes. These past years, Skysplit Tower had been working hard to stop talents from developing. Once a martial artist became an 8-winged heavenly demon, they would start paying attention to them. They could either choose to submit, or choose to leave. There was no third choice. If they chose to submit, then there was a small hope they could become a 10-winged heavenly demon. For them, 10 wings were already the limit. To think of gaining 12 wings was nothing but the nonsensical talk of a moron. Of course, Skysplit Tower also had its bottom line. Off of the stage, they would not secretly assassinate martial artists. They would also not arrange a fatal battle for martial artists. This was because they feared offending the most ancient large sects and holy lands. To these great powers, the machinations of Skysplit Tower were no secret. For these many years, there were few holy lands that would make things difficult for Skysplit Tower. They would send their young disciples to Skysplit Tower in order to gain experience, and once they became an 8-winged heavenly demon, or even a 10-winged heavenly demon, then these holy lands would summon their disciples to depart. This way, everyone knew their role and coexisted in relative harmony. As for their disciples, if they died in the normal process of adventuring, then they could only be considered as too mediocre. These holy lands would not do something as boring or troublesome as taking revenge upon Skysplit Tower or their killers. After all, Skysplit Tower was a battlefield. Life and death here all depended on one's own abilities. Since they came to the blood slaughter steppes, then they naturally must be mentally prepared for their death. As the 8-4 War Emperor was mentioned, High Lord Heian's complexion changed. He was just a mere 10-winged heavenly demon. In front of the illustrious 8-4 War Emperor, he was nothing more than an ant. What are you trying to say, Shengong? Do you think that this boy is related to the 8-4 War Emperor? I didn't say that, but he and the 8-4 War Emperor are both upper emperor level talents, and they both comprehended the laws of space and time. This made me think they might be associated with each other. Not just that, but don't you think that the final move he used to kill Hong Zhong was extremely ingenious? It seemed like it was created just for Lin Ming. This sort of ability is impossible for Lin Ming to self-create. If so, then he must have an emperor-level powerhouse working behind the scenes for him. I simply cannot believe that there would be such a genius in this world. High Lord Shengong languidly said. Normally, only a self-created style or tailored skill was able to display the strongest power. Shengong didn't think that Lin Ming was able to create his own techniques. This move was definitely tailored for him by someone else. High Lord Heian quietened. At this time, High Lord Shengong said again, when Lin Ming was on the second floor, I investigated and discovered that he rented the 8-4 War Emperor's battle array disc. If Lin Ming was really a disciple of the 8-4 War Emperor, then it stood to reason that he didn't need to see the 8-4 War Emperor's battle array disc. There was one possibility, and that was that Lin Ming wanted to see his master's past glorious exploits. However, this still didn't explain anything. I understand. High Lord Heian was silent for a moment before he slowly said, that being the case, then I shall let him grow. But, when he becomes an 8-winged heavenly demon, he must leave. Otherwise, I will use the rules of Skysplit Tower to kill him. This, too, wouldn't be difficult. This way, even if he's related to the 8-4 War Emperor, he still wouldn't be able to say anything. Practice passed without sense of time. In the practice area of the concept of fire, time passed a day at a time. Without knowing it, Lin Ming's 19th birthday had passed. His cultivation was approaching the breaking point for the late Xiantian realm more and more. As for fusing the concept of fire and the concept of thunder, that also continued to constantly improve. I wonder how long I've stayed in the concept of fire's practice area for. My comprehension of the concept of fire is profound enough, but now, I feel that my comprehension of the concept of thunder is lacking, which is causing a problem with fusing these two concepts. I should go back to the concept of thunder practice area and take a look. Perhaps I might be able to make a breakthrough there. As Lin Ming thought this, he left the concept of fire practice area and arrived at the practice area registration office. In the practice area registration office, the middle-aged man glanced at Lin Ming and leisurely said, Lin Ming, you've already stayed at the concept of fire practice area for 95 days. Currently, you owe a match. If you continue to go to the practice area, then if you stay in for another 25 days or so, then you will accumulate another match you have to finish. At that time, you'll have to complete 2 matches in a row. Think about this carefully. I understand. I choose to continue practicing. Hehe, you've got guts, boy. The middle-aged man took out a token to enter the concept of thunder practice area and passed it to Lin Ming. 1 slaughter point and 20 high-grade blood demon crystals every 10 days. You still have 15 slaughter points. You can practice for another 3 months, but afterwards you must come out. Lin Ming was secretly dumbfounded. When he was on the second floor he had obtained 40 slaughter points, and after killing Hong Zhong, he gained another 10 for a total of 50 slaughter points. These 50 slaughter points, when he had cultivated on the third floor for half a year, he had spent some of them. After reaching the third floor and practicing for over 5 months in the concept practice areas, he had spent more and more. Currently, he only had 15 left over. He had earned a great deal of slaughter points but still felt stretched. If so, then the situation of others could be imagined. If others drifted along in Skysplit Tower's third floor and only fought matches with friends without killing each other, then there was simply no point in staying at Skysplit Tower. This was because if one were defeated just once, then their winning streak would be ruined and they would also lose a great portion of their heavenly demon tattoo. If this was so, then it would just be better to leave the blood slaughter steps and go adventuring outside. If one didn't have slaughter points within Skysplit Tower, then the resources available were useless. This was also a reason why Muk Ji was not willing to sacrifice any slaughter points. Lin Ming took out 100 high-grade blood demon crystals from his spatial ring and pushed them towards the middle-aged man. This was enough to schedule a practice area for 50 days. After killing others and taking their wealth, Lin Ming did not lack blood demon crystals. After an incense stick of time, Lin Ming arrived at the concept of thunder practice area yet again. This was a purple dreamlike space. Compared to the practice area for the concept of thunder, the scenery here was much softer and more beautiful. Countless large and small mountains floated in the air. Different sorts of spiritual plants bloomed through. Underneath the endless vault of the sky, the whimsical blue river of lights seemed incomparably dazzling. However, behind this beauty was violent and brutal thunder origin energy. That peaceful river of blue lights was actually purely composed of thunder origin energy. Lin Ming did not take out his spear, nor did he attempt to fuse concepts. Instead, with his heart still and his arms opened wide, he hung in the air. His true essence as lead, he stirred the crazy thunder origin energy between the heavens and earth. This energy fell onto Lin Ming's body in torrents without any breaks. Because he hadn't cut his hair for the last year and a half, Lin Ming's hair hung down to his waist, recklessly dancing in the air under this savage thunderstorm, taking on a bluish-purple color. At this moment, Lin Ming put aside all distractions. In his heart, he realized the power of thunder. This was his attempt to finally fuse the concepts of thunder and fire. But now, within Lin Ming's dantian, the true essence cyclone there also constantly shrank. After a dreamless passage of days, he was finally making that last step past the middle Xiantian realm, striding into the late Xiantian realm. In many cases, when one went into closed-door seclusion to break through to the next realm, they would often encounter bottlenecks. But unconsciously, through their meditations and all the experiences that they accumulated through time, and all the battles they fought, this would allow them not inadvertently break through their shackles and step into the next stage of their cultivation. This was the reason why so many martial artists went out to adventure, fight, and seek their own lucky chances. The true essence cyclone compressed. After reaching the late Xiantian realm, his fusion of the concepts of thunder and fire had also reached the large success stage. During this time that Lin Ming went into closed-door seclusion, his strength had risen greatly. Chapter 575, Termination Emblem. Chapter 575, Termination Emblem. 1 month later, it had been a total of half a year since Lin Ming entered the 3rd floor of Skysplit Tower. Within the open space of the concept of thunder practice area, a young man stood there. His upper chest was naked, and his long hair hung down to his waist. A faint imposing aura emanated from between his eyebrows, but as he opened his eyes, a burst of light flashed within them like a bolt of thunder. Between his eyebrows was a faint fire mark. It seemed like a scar, but as one stared at it, it made one feel apprehensive, as if some mysterious force was gripping them. As soon as the middle-aged man in charge of the registration office saw Lin Ming come in, his heart inexplicably jumped. "My practice has ended. Please register it," Lin Ming said. "Oh, okay, good." The middle-aged man responded as he quickly took out a jade slip. He verified the registration and then refunded Lin Ming's deposit. As one of the deacons of Skysplit Tower, this middle-aged man's cultivation was at the late Hutian realm. But, as he came into contact with Lin Ming, he strangely felt a great pressure envelop him. "This is a return of 40 high-grade blood demon crystals." Lin Ming glanced over and received them. "Well, there's also another matter, about your recent match schedule." The middle-aged man took out another jade slip and carefully handed it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming sunk his sense inside. Inside this jade slip was material on his opponents. One was arranged 2 months ago, and another was more recent. Of the two people, one's strength was ranked 17, and another was ranked 12. Yang Hu, peak 6-winged heavenly demon, 122-win winning streak. Ming Sun, peak 6-winged heavenly demon, 133-win winning streak. Lin Ming thought about these two. According to the rules of Skysplit Tower, he would have to accept these 2 matches continuously. Both of them were martial artists that had managed to accumulate a win streak over 100. Of course, in Skysplit Tower, when one killed another person they gained at least a 10-win winning streak, otherwise it would be impossible to win 100 victories on the field. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ming and said in a low voice, "Lord Lin, if you can kill a martial artist with a 100-win winning streak, you will obtain the termination emblem." Because of the change in Lin Ming's temperament and aura, this middle-aged man had unconsciously become respectful of Lin Ming. Compared to the first time he had seen Lin Ming, it was as if he were a completely different person. "Oh, is this how one earns the termination emblem?" When Lin Ming was on the 1st floor, he had already heard about the termination emblem. Among the possible emblems one could obtain, it gave one of the higher rewards. Lin Ming's heart stirred. At this time, he really did need slaughter points. How many slaughter points will I receive for the termination emblem? 50 slaughter points. In addition, after obtaining the termination emblem you will receive a higher authority, allowing you to access more practice areas within Skysplit Tower. Millimeter? Lin Ming's eyes brightened. What other practice areas are there in Skysplit Tower? When Lord Lin obtains the termination emblem, then you will be made known. As for now, it's inconvenient for me to tell you, so I'll have to excuse myself. Millimeter, I understand. Lin Ming nodded. As for obtaining this termination emblem, he never doubted himself. What time are my matches? Tomorrow. They will both be in the same area. I wish Lord Lin good luck. From the first floor to the third, every floor became increasingly lonely and deserted the further up one went. On the first floor, the arena that could hold tens of thousands of people was nearly full every day. There were cheers, endless clamoring, shouts, cries, and people acting crazy everywhere. As long as one paid a medium-grade blood demon crystal, then they would be able to enter the first floor. Many of these individuals were not challengers or even young elites. They had gathered there purely because they loved to see these killing games. Thus, it could be said that the martial arena of the first floor was a never-ending slaughterfest. As for the second floor's martial arena, it could only hold around 8,000 people. The audience was nearly all challengers, and they were much more restrained than those people on the first floor. Often they would peacefully watch the match, they wouldn't be crazily shouting. As for the third floor, it was even lonelier. The martial arena could only hold a mere few thousand people. The audience every day amounted to several dozen individuals. In a single day there would often only be a few matches, so most of the time the martial arena of the third floor was unoccupied. Today, however, the martial arena of the third floor had a rare surprise breakout of just over 100 people. It had to be known that the third floor only had around 300 to 400 challengers. This meant that nearly a third of the martial artists of the third floor had arrived at the martial arena. There were many among them that had even ended their closed-door cultivation early in order to hurry here. Normally, only someone as famous as the Heavenly Demon 7 Stars or an equally renowned figure would arouse such interest in a match. But, the one who walked on stage today was only a single human, Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming was a remarkably outstanding talent, he was still a newcomer. There weren't many people that cared much for him. But during his first match he had reversed everyone's expectations and killed Hong Zhong, someone who was ranked around 30th to 40th on the third floor. The talent he revealed had startled and frightened everyone present. For a newcomer to achieve this degree of success was truly abnormal. Thus, Lin Ming had naturally come under everyone's attention. Especially today. He would continuously fight in 2 matches without a break. But Lin Ming's 2 opponents, Yang Hu and Ming Sun, were not average challengers. They were both ranked in the top 20 of Skysplit Tower's third floor. Today, there were even many top 10 masters of the third floor that had come. Without doubt, Lin Ming would inevitably become a powerful rival of theirs. They naturally had to be cautious and observe him. Muk Ji-yu was also among the group. The humans on the third floor did not surpass 2 digits in number. Muk Ji-yu seemed very ordinary and plain as he mixed in the crowd. As Muk Ji-yu saw Lin Ming calmly appear on the edge of the arena stage, he didn't know why, but he felt his mind jump. He felt that he understood Lin Ming less and less. Looking back to the first time that he met Lin Ming on the outer borders of the blood slaughter steps and had even threatened him somewhat, he felt that his actions were simply laughable. But at that time, Lin Ming absolutely hadn't been as strong as he was right now. The speed of his progress was terrifying. Muk Ji-yu could not help but marvel at this fact. First match, Lin Ming against Yang Hu, the referee loudly announced on the arena stage. Yang Hu was a Goliath, he was even a head higher than Xue Man. To everyone, he was simply like a giant iron tower. His weapon was a great sledgehammer. Its weight was almost 100,000 jins. With a loud roar, Yang Hu leapt onto the arena stage. The entire floor shook from the impact. Yang Hu did not have even the slightest bit of contempt for Lin Ming. Such a roar seemed like the rude behavior of a barbarian, but it was in fact a type of Goliath war raw martial skill. It was used to enhance one's own aura and combat strength. Yang Hu is completely serious. He has taken Lin Ming as a great enemy. This is normal. Lin Ming displayed a strength equal to that of a top 30 ranked challenger, but who knows how much strength is still hiding. Perhaps Yang Hu will lose, a challenger said, very sure of himself. Of the challengers on the third floor, none of them dared to look down on Lin Ming anymore. Lin Ming was probably in his early 20s, and yet he already had this degree of strength. In a few more decades, he would be even more terrifying. Don't underestimate Yang Hu either. Yang Hu isn't too bad, his strength can probably be ranked 17th or 18th. Those martial artists that can enter the third floor of Skysplit Tower and reach the top 20 are not ordinary geniuses of their generation. Not just that, but Yang Hu excels most at understanding the esoteric strength of the earth. His strong points lay in his defensive ability. Lin Ming's final move is probably that chasing thunder. It's an attack with a speed and striking force that reach the limit. Here, it will be the sharpest lance against the hardest shield. It's still too early to judge just who will win. This will be a fierce match between two equal opponents. Lin Ming held his spear, the tip pointed towards where Yang Hu stood. Even though he merely stood there, the aura he gave off was like that of a peerless treasure spear. This spear could pierce through all, unstoppable and invincible. As Lin Ming reached this degree, his imposing aura was no longer a field of pressure. Instead, it could manifest into essence. Lin Ming's aura was like that of a spear piercing through your chest, incomparably sharp. As for Yang Hu's aura, it was like a heavy and solemn mountain. As their auras clashed, one could clearly hear the sound of Yang Hu's aura nearly being pierced through. An invisible pressure pushed down on Yang Hu's body. His face was grim and dignified. He had come into a fatal situation. I will admit that you are very strong, but these years, the number of powerhouses of the third floor that have died by my hands has reached the double digit. Let me show you my ultimate combat strength. As Yang Hu spoke here, he exploded in a roar. All of the muscles on his body began to suddenly rise, his veins twisting like blue worms. Just like the Fae had their Fae King battle body, the Goliaths could also draw strength from their bloodline and use this to their advantage, a unique form of fighting that only they had. As Yang Hu entered into his battle form, his aura soared into the sky, directly pushing back Lin Ming's sharp and imposing aura. The meaning of Earth, absolute defense. Earth attribute demon essence gathered around Yang Hu, turning into thick waves of soil, constantly rolling and sliding, giving off an oppressive sense. In terms of strength, I can only be ranked 17th or 18th on the third floor. But in terms of defensive power, I am confident I will not lose to anyone. While you spent your time closed up comprehending your concepts, I did not idle around. I too spent an entire 3 months perceiving the concept of Earth and spent a total of 9 slaughter point. With this price, my comprehension of the concept of Earth went up yet another step, and my defensive abilities have absolutely reached the stage of large success. With my speed and response time, I know that it's impossible for me to dodge that move of yours. But if I can't, then I'll just block it. How hard could that be? Yang Hu already knew of Lin Ming's killer move, chasing thunder. With that advantage, he had planned from the very start to not attack. Instead, he would spend everything on his defense. In terms of defensive ability, the concept of Earth was the absolute mightiest amongst the 5 elements. Millimeter. This so-called absolute defense seems to be, in the arena, a top 10 rankings. Martial artists' eyes brightened. Yang Hu's defense was not merely an accumulation of Earth origin energy, but rather it contained very calm and steady fluctuations. This was definitely the application of the law of Earth. If he wasn't wrong, then these fluctuations had the ability to mollify attacks. It seems that Yang Hu has really been working hard on the concept of Earth these past months to prepare. He is quite smart. He knows well enough that his speed cannot compare with Lin Ming's, so he isn't even thinking of dodging. Instead, with his several month-long practice, he plans to use his absolute defensive ability to meet Lin Ming in a head-on attack. Millimeter. Yang Hu's defensive ability can't be disregarded. I don't know whether or not Lin Ming's chasing thunder can break apart this defense, but if he can't, then he'll be in a dangerous situation. It's true that Lin Ming's chasing thunder is powerful, but this sort of mighty killing move has to consume a great deal of strength. On the other hand, Han Yu's absolute defense doesn't use much at all. If Lin Ming continuously uses chasing thunder but can't break open this defense, then he will fall into a passive position because of his overconsumption of true essence. Finally, Yang Hu will be the one to counterattack. The martial artists in the arena were able to quickly guess just what Yang Hu's plan was. This tactic was indeed intelligent. Most people hadn't thought Yang Hu would win, but they also didn't think he would make such a significant breakthrough in his absolute defense. Now, it seemed as if it would be hard to judge just who would win this fight. Chapter 576, Crush. Chapter 576, Crush. On the martial arena, facing these roiling brown waves of earth in the air, Lin Ming shook his hand, the purple comet spear's point trembling. You want to use your defense to block my attack. How interesting. You seem to have confidence in your defensive ability. Is it known as the absolute defense? Humph. Why don't you test whether or not it is an absolute defense? Stop trying to play mind tricks and take my move, beast trapping cage. Yang Hu pounded down the sledgehammer in his hands. A wave of earth attribute true essence rose up in all directions, trapping Lin Ming within and limiting his ability to dodge. Say hi to my hammer. Yang Hu was like a massive bear as he jumped up. With both his hands gripped on his sledgehammer, he smashed down with all his might. Yang Hu did not excel at speed, thus he trapped Lin Ming into this beast trapping cage in order to use his strongest strike. This move also contained the concept of earth. Combined with Yang Hu's terrifying strength and the massive weight of the hammer, even a mountain would be smashed apart by him. The concept of earth, that's so rarely seen. Normally, the Goliaths and giant demons' demon essence did not have this attribute. But, Yang Hu was unexpectedly skilled in the concept of earth. This was indeed rare. Lin Ming flourished the purple comet spear and opened 60% of the heretical god force. Above the purple comet spear, thick arcs of electricity violently turned like a dance of purple snakes. Chasing thunder. Whoosh. Lin Ming's figure instantly vanished. After making significant progress in the concept of thunder, Lin Ming's chasing thunder was far different from the time that he had used it to kill Hong Zhong. With a catcher, the beast trapping cage instantly exploded from within. Lin Ming's attack continued unabated. The spear was like a bolt of lightning as it pierced towards Yang Hu. This speed was far too extreme. Yang Hu's sledgehammer was only midway in the air. To use his weapon to block Lin Ming's attack was naturally impossible. Yang Hu's pupils shrank. Absolute defense. Brown waves of energy fiercely swept into the air, forming a thick barrier in front of Yang Hu. Catcher. Chasing thunder's dazzling radiance pierced through the barrier. The sharp spear light passed through layers and layers of Earth origin energy, weakening along the way until only a tiny wisp of it pricked Yang Hu's body. With an explosive sound, the barrier of Earth origin energy shattered in half. Yang Hu was like a massive rubber ball that was kicked backward. Bang! Yang Hu fell onto the ground. His organs were injured, and the blood in his body tumbled, his face flushing red. It was just a tiny wisp of spear light, yet it's powerful to this extent. Yang Hu jumped up from the ground, his heart shaken. After this wisp of spear light entered his body, it began to ruthlessly destroy his meridians and organs. Not just that, but it had an endlessly growing property to it. It was only with great difficulty that he was able to suppress it. However, he had finally been able to block that strike. Yang Hu breathed heavily. He reinforced the absolute defense around his body and looked at Lin Ming. If he could defend against chasing thunder, then that meant he had the ability to win this battle. If Lin Ming could not break his defense, he was in an invulnerable position. Yang Hu's defense is truly fierce. Lin Ming's strike was even more potent than when he fought against Hong Zhong. But, it was still blocked by Yang Hu. The Earth attribute demon essence fluctuations in that shield are ingeniously done. It used multiple layers in order to weaken Lin Ming's attack. The audience all had extraordinary eyesight. They had seen the mystery behind what just happened. Millimeter Yang Hu's utilization of the concept of Earth is excellent. In defense, it really does need the concept of Earth. If it were any other concept, then they would have been defeated by that strike. I don't know if Lin Ming can use Chasing Thunder multiple times or whether he has other master moves. A technique like chasing thunder seems like it is bound to cause a great burden on one's body and true essence reserves. If Lin Ming uses that skill 2 or 3 times but still can't break through Yang Hu's defense, then he will be in danger. Above the martial stage, Yang Hu had already stood up. Waves upon waves of yellow earth covered him as he confronted Lin Ming from a distance. If you have any other moves, then use them. I know that you are still hiding some finishing moves in your hand, and I will follow every one of them. If you keep hiding them, then you won't have a chance to use any of them. Yang Hu suddenly yelled at Lin Ming, saying that he could defend against any of Lin Ming's hidden killer moves. The truth was that he wasn't too sure, but as long as he could block all of these attacks, then victory was his. If he couldn't block them, then nothing but death awaited him. Other moves? Lin Ming faintly smiled. I don't need to. Dealing with you, just this move is enough. His mind touched upon the heretical god seed. Lin Ming's heretical god force opened to 80%. Chasing thunder. Before Yang Hu had a chance to respond, Lin Ming became one with his spear, turning into a dazzling beam of light. A purple flash of light pierced through space. It was like a god throwing down a purple spear. Catcher. This strike was even more violent than the one before it. The absolute defense of Earth was shattered by this lightning, causing all of the origin energy fluctuations to collapse and be destroyed. Yang Hu gave a pitiful cry as he flew backwards. More spear lights flushed into his body, causing him to shake and spit out a mouthful of blood. Whilst Yang Hu's body was still high in the air, Lin Ming had instantly appeared on the other end of the martial arena stage. This sudden change caused everyone present to widen their eyes. However, they too didn't have enough time to respond. Lin Ming spun his spear and swiveled around. Heretical God Force, 100%. Chasing thunder. With this third chasing thunder, Lin Ming turned into a bright ray of light again. Spear light spread through the entire martial arena. Bang! The absolute defense around Yang Hu broke apart like a disintegrating rock, completely ruptured. Blood rained in the air, and Yang Hu fell onto the ground with a loud plop like bag of rotten meat. The third spear light had completely penetrated his body. All of Yang Hu's organs were twisted and destroyed by the power of thunder. He died on the spot. Coming to Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor, it was necessary for everyone to be mindful of their own death. People here constantly killed each other. Everyone had chosen the path of death. Over. Lin Ming stood in the center of the arena stage. He recovered all of the leftover compressed true essence back into the heretical god seed and completely restrained his aura. After the violent battle a moment ago, he was now calm. It didn't seem as if he had consumed too much energy. All of the martial artists that were discussing the match were stunned silent. They looked at Lin Ming, dumbfounded, without a single word to say. He had used a total of 3 consecutive chasing thunders. Every strike was stronger than the last. Especially the last 2. They had chained together without end. The first pierce and then the second, all of that happened in less than the blink of an eye. How can it be like this? That's so unreasonable. This move reaches the extreme in speed, and yet he can use it whenever he wants. Does it not use true essence? A martial artist muttered. In his view, the stronger a move was, the faster a strike was, the more energy it should consume. Accelerating to the limit of speed should definitely place a great burden on one's muscles and skeletons, as well as requiring a massive amount of true essence. But Lin Ming seemed as if he could use this move as many times as he wanted to. After he used it, he still remained so calm, as if that fight hadn't even happened. The force is so great, yet the energy it requires is so little. He can actually use it continuously. This chasing thunder is too terrifying. You're wrong. It isn't that this move doesn't require much energy, but instead that Lin Ming's bodily strength is high and is able to withstand such an extreme speed. At the same time, his endurance and total true essence quantity is alarming. All of these factors together are why he can use this attack like this. If it were you or me instead of him, then after using that move several times our body wouldn't be able to withstand it. It wasn't known who spoke this, but the atmosphere of the arena fell silent yet again. Strength, speed, striking power, all of these were abnormal. Not just that, but his defensive power was also freakish. Combined with his endurance and ability to recover, this person simply didn't have a weakness. His strength is close to, or perhaps it can even enter the top 10 ranks on the third floor. Yang, who wasn't even able to force out his full strength. On the third floor, after reaching the top 10, the strength of the challengers rose yet another level. Especially the heavenly demon 7 stars, their strength went even further. Each and every one of them was a top master that was looked up at and admired by others. If this continues, then Lin Ming will easily become one of the heavenly demon 7 stars, a martial artist said with envy. On Skysplit Tower's third floor, a heavenly demon 7 star was the symbol of not only strength, but also wealth. When one reached the level of a heavenly demon 7 star, they would no longer need to worry about having to fight in a match every 2 months. Not just that, but they received a fixed amount of slaughter points every month. If they subordinated themselves to a high lord, not only would they be able to receive more slaughter points, but they could use practice areas at high discounts. Naturally, many martial artists were envious of these benefits, but the standards for being chosen were too high. In order to be chosen, one had to have either high strength or amazing talent. Otherwise, it was too difficult to find a high lord's favor. Lin Ming, victorious. Congratulations, Lord Lin, you have obtained the termination emblem, the black-clothed referee said to Lin Ming in an increasingly respectful tone. For ending his winning streak, you have obtained 12 slaughter points. From a 65 win streak, you have risen to 92, and the reward for that is another 3 slaughter points. The termination emblem's reward is 50 slaughter points, for a total of 65 slaughter point. Gaining 65 slaughter points through a single match could be called suddenly becoming wealthy overnight. Of course, this was mainly because of the termination emblem's contribution. The slaughter points for this emblem could only be rewarded a single time. Next time, there wouldn't be any. I understand. Lin Ming nodded, and then took off Yang Hu's spatial ring. He casually put out a hand and the blood-extinguishing demon thunder flew into Yang Hu's corpse, taking a random route before bursting out in a fog of blood where a blood-drinking seal slowly condensed. With Lin Ming's current level, he no longer needed to use the Great Desolate Halberd Art. To Lin Ming, the Great Desolate Halberd Art was now a cultivation method. Of course, he referenced the style of this cultivation method in order to achieve a greater mastery of different skills through it. Lin Ming looked at the blood-drinking seal in front of him and pondered for a moment. If I can use the fusion of the concepts of thunder and fire as a basis and then combine it with the blood-drinking seals, and further fuse that into my spear, just what would that be like? This idea instantly crossed Lin Ming's mind. But in his current state, it was far too difficult to do this. Lin Ming was already barely able to fuse the concepts of thunder and fire. At this moment, a massive amount of infernal energy from Yang Hu's body rushed into Lin Ming. After passing through multiple baptisms of infernal energy, Lin Ming had already completely adapted, and no longer needed to revolve the samsara martial intent to resist it. Instead, he could rely solely on his stubborn consciousness. Hiss. On Lin Ming's arm, the heavenly demon tattoo seemed to come to life. The vicious-looking demon's expression became increasingly clear as the fourth pair of wings slowly formed. Lin Ming began to approach the level of an 8-winged heavenly demon more and more. He was now a late 6-winged heavenly demon, close to the peak. If this continued, then he would only need to complete 2 or 3 more matches before becoming an 8-winged heavenly demon. And 8-winged heavenly demons were all top 10 strengths on the third floor. Then, on to the second match. Lin Ming against Ming's son. As the referee loudly announced this, everyone's eyes shifted towards Ming's Sunday. Ming's son was a Fae and also a peak 6-winged heavenly demon. His winning streak was at 133. His strength was ranked 12th on the entire third floor. Suddenly, Ming's son's expression turned ugly. Chapter 577, 87 Slaughter Points. Chapter 577, 87 Slaughter Points. Fighting Lin Ming was a declaration handed down by Skysplit Tower. There was no way to refuse. Lin Ming had to face continuous matches, so Ming's son was the second to go out. He thought that he had hit the jackpot and he would be able to easily defeat Lin Ming, but now it seemed as if he had run out of luck. If Lin Ming only had that single chasing thunder, then Ming Sun was confident he could deal with it. But with Lin Ming's current combat state, it seemed that chasing thunder was only a minor ability of his, otherwise, he wouldn't have used it as soon as he came on stage. He could even do so 3 times without losing his breath. Ming Sun had deep suspicions that when Lin Ming had fought Yang Hu, he hadn't even used half of his strength. If that were so, then his chance of winning this fight was at most 10 to 20%. Lord Ming Sun, please enter the stage. The referee called out as he saw Ming Sun morosely sitting in the stands without response. The other martial artists in the stands were all looking at Ming Sunday. Some were sympathetic, some were gloating, and there were even some that thought Ming Sun would defeat Lin Ming. I understand. Ming Sun's voice was gloomy as he slowly trod onto the arena stage. If you're ready, then start. The referee said as he stepped off of the stage. Lin Ming held the purple comet spear, his entire body revolving with true essence. At this moment, Ming Sun's true essence sound transmission sounded out in his ears. Lin Ming, I do not want to fight you, I'll admit defeat. Millimeter? Lin Ming was surprised. This fellow surrendered before the battle began. On Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor, losing meant having your hard-earned winning streak reset. Also, over half of the heavenly demon tattoo would dissipate. If one wanted to recondense it, it would be extremely difficult. This was because martial artists' rankings were already determined ahead of time. If one had to continuously fight opponents on the same level, then continuously winning would be far too difficult. Ming Sun continued his true essence sound transmission, saying, I admit that my chances of defeating you aren't more than 10 to 20%. I don't want to die here, so, I admit defeat in this match. As long as you don't kill me, I will give you the following conditions for letting me go. I'll propose a gamble with you and bet 10 slaughter points. 10 slaughter points is all I have left. In Skysplit Tower, making a bet was another method of obtaining slaughter points. As long as both parties agreed, then one could start a gambling match. On the 2nd floor, when Lan Xing fought Huyen Luo, they had also made gambling bet for 2 slaughter points. Finally, Lan Xing was the victor. You mean you want to gift me 10 slaughter points? Lin Ming was surprised. On the 3rd floor, slaughter points were everything. Without slaughter points, it was impossible to make use of the vast resources available. Yes. If you kill me, then you can accumulate up to a 100 win streak, but if you don't kill me, then you'll have to wait until your next match to reach a 100 win streak. These 10 slaughter points are compensation for that. After I'm defeated this time, I no longer want to stay in Skysplit Tower. Wanting to make a fresh start and gather infernal energy and a winning streak is next to impossible. Since I'm leaving Skysplit Tower, these slaughter points are useless. I'll give them to you. Ming Sun sighed as he spoke with self-deprecation. He had already given birth to this thought half a year ago. But he knew that if he left like this, he would never become a Fey Emperor in the future. Thus, he had stuck it out until today, when he could do so no longer. Facing Lin Ming, his chance of winning was simply too small. Becoming a Fey Emperor was without a doubt an enticing dream, but it wasn't worth it to trade his life for something like that. Then, he would rather take chance of this opportunity to leave Skysplit Tower. Although he ultimately failed to achieve anything, at least he was able to leave alive. Compared to all those that perished here and had their ashes sprinkled off the cliffs, this was a much happier and gratifying result. Sure. Lin Ming was not a bloodthirsty individual, much less this condition was also very good for him. He readily agreed. From the start of the gambling match to the admission of defeat, Lin Ming and Ming Sun's match was an unexpected surprise. As Ming Sun left the stage, no one in the audience mocked him nor did anyone jeer. There was only a hint of sadness and cynicism. Ming Sun's talent was situated somewhere between the saint level and emperor level. This was all thanks to being lifted up by Skysplit Tower. Originally, Ming Sun had been nothing but an ordinary saint-level talent. If he left, then that was equal to giving up his path to becoming an emperor. In a way, perhaps this was also a relief. However, not every martial artist could calmly leave in the same manner, especially those haughty and arrogant young elites of Skysplit Tower. The temptation of becoming an emperor was far too great. From a king to an emperor, one's lifespan would increase tenfold. Not to mention their own increase in power, but they could also establish their own holy land and set down a legacy that would last 10,000 years. Their name would last for hundreds of generations. However, only out of the ashes of millions was a true emperor born. No one knew just how many heroic youths had died in battle, their ashes scattered over the cliffs, their lives becoming the stones that paved the road for other martial artists. Even if one was an emperor-level talent, this was also true. To be like Ming's son and be able to calmly leave Skysplit Tower, there weren't many able to do so. This match thus ended in a surprising manner. At the end, Lin Ming obtained a total of 12 slaughter points from ending Ming's son's winning streak as well as another 10 from the gambling match. This was a total of 22 as well as the 65 from before. In a single fell swoop, Lin Ming had gained a total of 87 slaughter points. This was enough to use for a very, very long time. Not only that, but after Ming's son's defeat, a great portion of the infernal energy on his body merged into Lin Ming. This caused Lin Ming to instantly climb to the peak of a 6-winged heavenly demon. He wasn't too far away from becoming an 8-winged heavenly demon. Lin Ming's rise is unstoppable. In the next match, he'll probably have to face the top 10 rankers of the 3rd floor. That is simply another world altogether. Millimeter, the martial artists in the top 10 enjoy completely different resources. They are far stronger than the martial artists below them. On the 3rd floor, the higher a martial artist was ranked, the more resources they could enjoy and the higher authority they would have. There was simply too great a gap between every rank. When one reached the level of a heavenly demon 7-star, then they could even go to more mysterious places such as the legendary Road of Emperor. If one reached the end of the Road of Emperor, they would become an emperor-level powerhouse. A practice area like this was beyond anyone's imagination. The very thought of what could happen if one could practice for a year or so in the Road of Emperor was terrifying beyond belief. Young hero Lin Ming, please stay. As Lin Ming was about to exit the martial arena, he heard a deep bass voice sound in his ears. As he turned around to look, he saw that the one who called out to him was a giant demon martial artist. He was a tad over 10 feet tall, and he carried a large greatsword on his back. Beside the giant demon was a little girl whose height just reached his midsection. She had delicate and tiny features, and her long ears and scales at the corners of her eyes showed she was a fae. The height difference between the two standing together was great, but it inexplicably gave off a very matching feeling. Do you have business with me? Lin Ming looked at the two. They seemed ordinary, no different from commoners, but the truth was that their aura was restrained deeply within them. This was a similar realm to returning to one's own origin, manifested to the pinnacle. Trying to estimate their strength made one feel they were unfathomable. I am Dagu. Perhaps you would like to go to a tea house for a chat. The giant demon said with a cheerful smile. Lin Ming was startled. So this person was Dagu. Dagu was one of the heavenly demon 7 stars. Lin Ming had already heard his name as early as when he was still at Sun Flood City. He was known as an existence that could shake Skysplit Tower. Originally, Lin Ming thought that Dagu was a bloodthirsty beast of his generation, but seeing this Dagu in front of him, while he did have a faint murderous aura, this Dagu carried no hostility towards him at all. It had to be known that within Skysplit Tower, the giant demons had absolutely zero goodwill towards humans. From the very time that Jiu had tried to kill Lin Ming, this applied to Xing Tian and Hong Zhong afterwards. This was also reasonable. Humanity and the giant demons had competed for resources on the Holy Demon continent for far too long. The two races would often wage war and start extended campaigns against each other. Whether it was giant demons or humans, rivers of blood would flow. It was common for entire cities or even countries to be exterminated. I respectfully accept. Lin Ming calmly agreed. Since this fellow was well-mannered and treating him with respect, there was no need to harshly refuse him. Lin Ming's eyes fell onto the girl beside Dagu. He said, if I'm not wrong, then this Miss Sun Ji. Within the heavenly demon 7 stars, Sun Ji was the only woman. She was the weakest, but also the youngest. She was no older than Lin Ming. In other words, within the heavenly demon 7 stars, she was the one with the best talent. That's me. It's nice to meet you. Perhaps we might even fight later, ha ha ha. Zunji's laugh was like the tinkling of silver bells. She was very interested in Lin Ming. In her eyes, Lin Ming was the only individual within Skysplit Tower whose talent could stand on par with her. Only when there was competition would there be progress. Bluestone Tea House was a very famous tea house on Skysplit Tower's third floor. The interior of the tea house was entirely decorated in blue stones. The chairs and tables were crafted from stone, and they were simple and elegant. There was humble feel to this store. When combined with a pot of tea and carefully tasted, one could sense the pleasant mood within. Within the second floor of Bluestone Tea House, 3 people were sitting around a luxurious table. May I ask why Brother Dagu is looking for me? Lin Ming calmly asked between sips after a young maid respectfully handed a cup of tea to him. I only want to make friends with Brother Lin. Dagu smiled. I feel that young hero Lin's temperament is to my liking, so I would like to give young hero Lin some advice. Oh, please speak Brother Dagu. Lin Ming's interested was piqued. Towards Skysplit Tower, he really didn't know much. Mukgu's strength was limited and his position in the third floor was only at the very edge, so he didn't know much. To Skysplit Tower, Lin Ming had always been confused by its layers of mysteries. Brother Lin, what I would first like to talk about are the heavenly demon 7 stars. Their strength is probably much more formidable than Brother Lin is imagining. My combat prowess can at most rank 3rd or 4th among the heavenly demon 7 stars. But, those 2 or 3 people, I must admit that I am far inferior to them. Especially the 2nd-ranked Yang Kai and the 1st-ranked Fengshen. Fengshen? That's quite the proud name. Fengshen also meant the divine seal. When Lin Ming first came to Skysplit Tower, he had spent the majority of his time in closed-door cultivation. He didn't know many of the heavenly demon 7 stars' names. He only knew Dagu, Zunji, and Moha. Fengshen is a fae. His perception as well as his talent in laws could be called terrifying. As for the 3rd floor of Skysplit Tower, there are some practice areas where, if one's perception is good enough, they can cultivate to a horrifying boundary. Oh, what sort of practice places? Lin Ming asked. In Skysplit Tower, there had already been rumors circulated around that were related to all sorts of practice areas on the 4th floor or even 5th floor. However, very few individuals actually knew what was there. Chapter 578, The Origin of the Black Glass Bead. Chapter 578, The Origin of the Black Glass Bead. About these practice areas, I don't have much knowledge because for the majority of them, I simply don't have the right to enter. Dagu said, somewhat helplessly. Even you don't have the authority to enter. Is your strength lacking? Do only the 3rd floor's 1st and 2nd rankers have a chance of entering? Lin Ming said, surprised. It's not that, Dagu shook his head. To enter these places, you need to fulfill specific requirements. You need to be one of the heavenly demon 7 stars as well as pledging yourself to Skysplit Tower. Both of these are absolutes. I wasn't willing to work for them, so I don't have the qualifications to access these areas. Pledging myself to Skysplit Tower, Lin Ming frowned. He already had a feeling that something like this was the case. On the 2nd floor, Xing Tian and Xueman seemed to be working for some high-level figure in Skysplit Tower. Without any doubt, they were most likely the subordinates of some high lord. Otherwise, with Xing Tian's trivial status as the king of the 2nd floor, how would he have the ability to comprehend something as elusive as the concept of annihilation? And to also have a black glass bead that Kai Yang would be moved to action for. If Lin Ming wasn't wrong, then Xing Tian had been favored greatly by a high lord, thus he had been granted this bead. Dagu continued, besides me and Zunji, all 5 other heavenly demon stars have taken a soul oath to obey Skysplit Tower. This oath in fact only lasts 50 years. During these 50 years, they serve Skysplit Tower, but the reward for this is that they can use the resources of Skysplit Tower however they wish. They even gain the right to enter the Road of Emperor. This temptation is simply too great. Even though proud and lofty geniuses are enticed to swear an oath of fealty. After all, it's only 50 years, and moreover they don't even need to complete the full 50. If a martial artist becomes a high-level demon king or reaches the second stage of life destruction, then they must leave the blood slaughter steps. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to be killed by the mystical curse. Lin Ming nodded. For these top talents, it wasn't difficult to reach the second stage of life destruction by the time they were in their 40s. If they entered Skysplit Tower in their 20s, then they would only need to serve for 20-some years. Even so, it was impossible for Lin Ming to take a soul oath of obedience towards Skysplit Tower. He could not accept this, much less that he had already promised Mu Qianyu he would return within 10 years. No matter what, he desired to return to the South Horizon region. The South Sea Demon region was simply too powerful. He always worried in the back of his mind about whether or not Divine Phoenix Island would have some sort of accident. Dagu also said, Yang Kai and Feng Shen already pledged their loyalty to Skysplit Tower a year ago. At that time, their strength wasn't much better than mine, but after this year passed and they went into the Road of Emperor several times, that, combined with all of their experiences in other practice areas, has now made their strength difficult to measure. Zunji and I have no desire or intention of pledging ourselves to Skysplit Tower. Now, we've already used all the resources we can, and as for those we can't, we'll never be able to. Perhaps in another month or two, we will also leave. Skysplit Tower will not allow those that do not obey them to become 10-winged heavenly demons. This is because after becoming a 10-winged heavenly demon, they would also become a High Lord, and thus they would also be able to divide the benefits that the High Lords receive. Not just that, but once one reaches 12 wings, not only could they receive the heavenly demon martial intent, but they will not be killed by the Blood Slaughter Steps mystical curse. The Blood Slaughter Steps have existed for such a long time. Naturally, they've gained a great deal of interest due to all of the resources that exist here. The reason that this land can still exist through so many years without being encroached by countless superpowers is through the power of that strange curse that covers this land. Once an Emperor-level powerhouse begins to emerge within the Blood Slaughter Steps that is unaffected by this curse, the high-level figures of Skysplit Tower will naturally not stand for it. After Dagu spoke, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. So that was why. The Blood Slaughter Steps was truly a piece of fat meat. The 12 Skysplit Towers involved a large amount of circulating blood demon crystals. In addition to all of these practice resources that even include those for the concepts of the 5 elements and the Road of Emperor, what sect wouldn't be frothing over this? Lin Ming said, "Thank you Brother Dagu for the advice. I would also like to know, why is Brother Dagu telling me these things?" Dagu faintly smiled. I said, "It's just fate. I feel like Brother Lin is the same type of person as me." "Oh, how do you know?" "Just my intuition. Also, I've been paying attention to you from the very start. I've investigated your experiences from the first floor to the third. I also know that when you were on the first floor, you saved a common Fey girl. I think that the reason you're here is the same as me, purely for gaining experience." "Thank you Brother Dagu. I also have something I would like to ask." Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before he asked. "No need to be strangers. Please speak." Lin Ming turned and lay down a small illusory magic array and a sound-insulating enchantment. Then, he took out the small black glass bead from his spatial ring. "Does Brother Dagu recognize this object?" Sometimes, through just a short conversion, one could gain a sense of trust towards others. Lin Ming's visceral feeling was that everything Dagu said should be 80 to 90% true. Not just that, but he seemed to be a very proud and aloof character. Such a person was much more trustworthy and reliable than others, not to mention that Lin Ming very much wanted to know just what this black glass bead was, so he could only ask Dagu. Dagu was shocked. He looked at Lin Ming, a stunned expression on his face. "I didn't expect you to have something like this. If I'm not wrong, this is a demon god bone that's gathered from the Eternal Demon Abyss." "Eternal Demon Abyss, Demon God Bone," Lin Ming mumbled as he paused in thought. He had also seen these 2 words in Xueman's jade slip. Xueman held much fear and respect towards these 2 things. "This little bead is a demon god bone. What is that?" As Dagu spoke of the Eternal Demon Abyss, he spoke with emotion and fascination. The Eternal Demon Abyss is, in fact, just underneath our feet. The 12 sky-split towers of the blood slaughter steps are called the source of all infernal energy. But, these 12 sky-split towers actually share the same single true source of infernal energy, and that place is called the Eternal Demon Abyss. Lin Ming was astonished at Daegu's words. The Eternal Demon Abyss was actually under their feet, and it was also the end source of infernal energy for all 12 sky-split towers. What sort of place is the Eternal Demon Abyss? Is the reason that the 12 sky-split towers release infernal energy because of the Eternal Demon Abyss underneath us? Daegu nodded and said, most likely. The Eternal Demon Abyss is the burial place of all sorts of demonic and mystical spirits. Actually, no one knows just how long it has existed. There are simply too many legends concerning the Eternal Demon Abyss. This is the Holy Demon Continent's true death trap. Within the Holy Demon Continent, there are many places known as death traps. But, the truth is that they are merely exaggerated rumors. As long as you are strong enough, then you can enter these areas and have a high chance of returning alive. You can even obtain lucky chances during your exploration. But it is only the Eternal Demon Abyss and the Eternal Demon Abyss alone in which one will die after entering, with no exceptions. Lin Ming's eyelids jumped up. He looked at the demon god bone in his hand and asked, if everyone who enters the Eternal Demon Abyss dies, then who found this? That is only a very ordinary demon god bone picked up at the edges of the Eternal Demon Abyss. As for the true Eternal Demon Abyss, even if one approaches from a great distance, it is truly a zone that forbids all life. For these past tens of thousands of years, there have been many peerless masters of their generation who have tried to approach or enter the Eternal Demon Abyss. However, not a single one of them returned alive. There was even a 12-winged heavenly demon once who was titled the Six-Fingered Sin Fei. This person became an emperor-level powerhouse and cultivated for thousands of years, wholeheartedly gaining achievements until his strength reached unfathomable levels. At that time, he could even be called the #1 powerhouse of the entire Holy Demon Continent. But when he was 6,000 years old, he experienced a brutal bottleneck in his cultivation. For 1,000 years, he was unable to make a breakthrough, thus he entered the Eternal Demon Abyss to seek his own lucky chances. But even so, he still perished there. As Lin Ming heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Anyone who could enter the higher levels of Skysplit Tower and access the Eternal Demon Abyss were peerless figures of their generation. Of these, those that were 12-winged heavenly demons were geniuses among geniuses. This sort of proud and peerless master had also become an emperor-level powerhouse, their strength reaching the limit. Yet they still died in the Eternal Demon Abyss all the same. Lin Ming calmed his mood and asked, just what is in the Eternal Demon Abyss? I'm not too sure about the specifics. When these legends first began, the blood slaughter steps were only a place where infernal energy gushed out. The curse that killed emperor-level powerhouses hadn't yet begun. Many demonic path martial artists came to this land to practice. Long ago, the blood slaughter steps were once known as the Holy Demon Continent's cultivation Holy Land. But tens of thousands of years ago, there was a 6th-grade Holy Land that wished to conquer the entire Holy Demon Continent. At that time, this Holy Land's hallowed lord wished to take the entire blood slaughter steps as his own. He assembled 12 emperor-level powerhouses in order to lay down a heaven-locking array and completely collect all of the 12 sources of infernal energy as his own, thus establishing a destiny for his holy land that would last 100,000 years. Finally, when this great array was halfway completed, it suddenly collapsed. From the Eternal Demon Abyss, a horrifying existence emerged. The 12 emperor-level powerhouses were instantly killed, including the Holy Land's hallowed lord. There were no survivors. What? Lin Ming was bewildered. This had already exceeded the limits of his understanding. A land like the Holy Demon Continent actually had an existence of this level? What was this thing that instantly killed over a dozen emperor-level masters? Daegu's face was filled with reverence and awe as he sighed. He slowly said, it was said that it was a massive claw that was covered in scales. It might have been the claw of a dragon, or perhaps the claw of some other ancient god-beast. In short, from that point on, the once almighty 6th-grade Holy Land disintegrated. There were many of their disciples that were cursed by that mystical strength, and died in various miserable ways. After that, the blood slaughter steppes became a king-restricted land. Only someone that has become a 12-winged heavenly demon in Skysplit Tower can enter as an emperor-level powerhouse, otherwise nothing awaits them but absolute death. The claw of a god-beast. Lin Ming was silent. A god-beast was an incomparably rare existence even within the realm of the gods. Just what was in the eternal demon abyss? Lin Ming suppressed this question in his heart and asked, "Brother Dagu, what is a demon god bone?" Demon god bone? I have heard some specifics about this. The eternal demon abyss is a burial land of demonic spirits. There are too many unknown existences that reside within. After a powerhouse dies, their energy stays behind, lingering on for tens of thousands of years. When this is combined with the infernal energy of the eternal demon abyss that is thick to the degree of substantializing, after several tens of thousands of years pass, this energy crystallizes into various sorts of divine relics. These crystallized relics are collectively called demon god bones. So that's what it is. Lin Ming knew that animals and plants from billions of years could be buried deep underground, and after a long, countless period of time, they would harden into some black substance. If one dug these out, these substances could be burned to warm up food and other things. Otherwise, if plants or animals were exposed in the wild, they would slowly decay over time before finally disappearing. The difference was, the energy of the latter would dissipate, but the energy of the former would be sealed deep in the earth along with its heaven and earth origin energy, thus forming these black minerals over time. Similarly, these peerless powerhouses that died also had bodies that contained a massive amount of energy and worldly origin energy. Their energies were billions and trillions of times over that of plants and animals. After these martial artists died, these energies were locked within the eternal demon abyss. In this sort of special environment, after 100,000 years passed, or even several 100,000 years passed, this energy would condense into extraordinary objects. This black glass bead was one of these extraordinary objects. Chapter 579, The King's Cage. Chapter 579, The King's Cage. Dagu said, "Brother Lin, this black glass bead is only a demon god bone found at the farthest edges of the eternal demon abyss. Every 10 years, Skysplit Tower will convene its greatest manpower to explore the outside zone of the eternal demon abyss. The resources they find are sometimes rewarded to the subordinates of the High Lords. Brother Lin's demon god bone should have come about from such a way. What a pity. Within the eternal demon abyss are things that we cannot begin to imagine. There are mystical monsters and ghosts beyond our reckoning, and treasures that emperor-level powerhouses would go crazy over. However, none of these things are what we can hope to obtain. When the six-fingered Fey Emperor went to the eternal demon abyss, it was to obtain these sorts of treasures. In the end, he didn't return, instead becoming the nourishment within the eternal demon abyss that bred the demon god bones." As Dagu spoke here he sighed. The path of martial artists was a struggle against the high heavens. Thus, when a martial artist came across something that they could not hope to obtain no matter how strong they became, they would inevitably feel weak and frustrated. Even the top powerhouse of the holy demon continent had perished within the eternal demon abyss. Just imagining that massive claw that blocked out the sun itself caused one's heart to race. The atmosphere fell into a temporary silence, no one speaking for a while. As for Zunji, who was sitting beside Dagu, she hadn't spoken from the very beginning. Instead, she only drank her tea, occasionally stirring her cup. This silent atmosphere continued for half an hour. Then, Lin Ming stood up and cupped his fists, saying, "I must bid you all farewell. Brother Dagu, thank you today for your advice, otherwise I would still be confused about Skysplit Tower's mysteries. However, I'm pressed for time right and should return to my practice area." Practice area, haha. Dagu smiled. Brother Lin really seizes every second possible. Lin Ming said, "Time doesn't wait for anyone. Martial artists had the most potential when they were young, and this was also the most important time in their cultivation. If they didn't seize every second possible, then once they exhausted their potential in the future, it would be very difficult to advance any further. On the other hand, if they could rush up to the divine sea realm in a single go, then their lifespan would increase by at least 10,000 years. At this time, even if they were 1,000 years old, that would still be considered young, and they could also maintain their youthful appearance. The sooner one entered the divine sea, the more potential they had remaining in their lives, and the greater their future advantages would be. Moreover, Lin Ming had a 10-year appointment with Mu Qianyu. This frequently caused him to feel a deep urgency. Practice area. Brother Lin should have the termination emblem. With this emblem, there are some new practice areas you might be able to access now. Oh! What practice areas? Dagu faintly smiled. The king's cage. In a dark hidden chamber on the 4th floor, a 6-foot-tall imp wearing an embroidered robe was leaning back in a luxurious chair. In front of him was a man that had fallen to his knees in prostration. Sir High Lord, I've investigated. Lin Ming shouldn't be related to the 8-Fall War Emperor in any way. Oh, this is determined to be true. The imp's expression changed a bit as he sat up. This person was one Skysplit Tower's 12 High Lords, High Lord Heian. Yes. From the news we have coming from the 8-Fall War Emperor's Holy Land, the 8-Fall War Emperor has not accepted any disciples for the last 300 years, and he has been in secret closed-door seclusion for the last few hundred years. No one knows where he went. I see, humph, so that boy didn't have any background to begin with. To think I was worried in vain for a while. High Lord Heian muttered with disdain. For someone as talented as Lin Ming, it was impossible for him to have emerged out of nowhere. Even if he was unrelated to the 8-Fall War Emperor, he still must have some formidable background. Still, it wasn't anything to fear. Beside the 8-Fall War Emperor, it was impossible for other Emperor-level powerhouses to take a step into the blood slaughter steps. Black Shadow, go and have a chat with him. See if he is willing to take a soul oath and swear 50 years of fealty to us, otherwise, have him roll out of Skysplit Tower as soon as possible. If he doesn't choose, then, humph. High Lord Heian spoke to hear and didn't speak again. That cold cough had already contained a very obvious killing intent. Lin Ming finally chose to walk with Dagu and Zun Ji. This was because Zun Ji was heading to a practice area, but this practice area wasn't the king's cage. As they arrived at a special practice area in the southwest corner of the 3rd floor, they pushed open the gate and entered. After stepping in, Lin Ming was stunned. This practice area was outrageously large. It was a square room at least 1,000 feet wide and long, and the dome of the area was dozens of feet high. However, even though this place was very large, the furnishings inside were surprisingly simple. There was only a 20-foot square table in the center with a few strange-looking potted plants on it. In front of the stone table, a lone silhouette greeted Lin Ming's group of 3. This person carried a long sword across their shoulder and wore a loose pale blue robe. His long hair hung down to his waist, and his hands were crossed behind his back. From seeing this proud and aloof figure, Lin Ming could see that their heights were similar. He didn't know why, but this person gave off a strange feeling, as if he were staring at an unreachable mountain peak. This person is... Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped. This was absolutely an extreme master. Brother Lin, he is Fengshen. Dagu lightly said in a true essence sound transmission. I see. Lin Ming's heart chilled. This sort of special practice area was basically only open to those martial artists on the 3rd floor that were ranked in the top 10. It wasn't strange to meet a master of the heavenly demon 7 stars here. Fengshen truly lives up to his reputation. Lin Ming thought to himself. As if he felt something, Fengshen turned around. He glanced over everyone, his eyes falling upon Lin Ming just a second longer, before he turned back, indifferent to it all. His eyes did not contain any haughty arrogance, but they naturally revealed an imposing aura as if he were looking down on the world, disregarding everyone there. This was the vision that only a peerless powerhouse would have. Dagu looked at Fengshen and sighed. He said to Lin Ming in a true essence sound transmission, I fear Fengshen's strength might be no less than a High Lord's. Millimeter? No weaker than a High Lord. Lin Ming was startled. Skysplit Tower's High Lords were somewhat ambiguous to Lin Ming. As to what degree of strength they reached, Lin Ming had no idea. Lin Ming couldn't help but ask, what is a High Lord's cultivation? Dagu shook his head. In Skysplit Tower, cultivation doesn't have much significance. If one judges someone's strength merely by their cultivation, then they will have made a grave error. In fact, after having stayed in Skysplit Tower for so long, I've already forgotten the standard criteria for strength outside of the Bloodslaughter steps. This is because everyone here is an outstanding individual among their peers. They are all able to jump ranks to fight, so it is difficult to compare. Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, the Bloodslaughter steps gathered all the heroic elites from all Killing's paths within the Holy Demon Continent. This was the highest concentration of extraordinary youths on the entire mainland. It was hard to imagine just how many were there. Just Emperor-level talents were here in the double digits. There were even more Saint-level talents. Even someone as talented as Mu Qianyu, if she came to the third floor, would only be in the middle-lower ranks. When martial skills, concepts, and cultivation methods became the most important factors in determining strength, the influence of one's cultivation was greatly weakened. For instance, even though Lin Ming had reached this degree of strength, his cultivation had only increased a small boundary within the Xiantian realm. His strength increase from this wasn't too much, but his total comprehensive combat prowess was already at the early revolving core realm. No matter how thick one's true essence was, a small boundary increase in the Xiantian realm was far inferior to a small increase in the revolving core realm in terms of increases in strength. The fusion of concepts, the 8 inner hidden gates, these were Lin Ming's killing moves. Lin Ming and Dagu were speaking to each other with true essence sound transmissions when a slightly hoarse and low voice sounded out from behind them. Hihi, isn't that Dagu and Zunji? I haven't seen you in 2 months, Dagu, but your cultivation seems to be getting more and more trash. As Dagu heard this voice, he suddenly frowned. He turned around to see that the one speaking was an imp martial artist. This imp was only 6 feet tall and his head was abnormally large. He had a strange walking stick in his hands and he also wore a black-colored bamboo hat. He smiled creepily as he stared at Dagu. Yang Kai. In Skysplit Tower, Yang Kai was ranked second amongst the heavenly demon 7 stars. His strength was only below that of Fengshen. Zunji obviously detested Yang Kai. She humphed once and then ignored him. Yang Kai thought little of this. His eyes swept past Dagu and Zunji before landing on Lin Ming. Lin Ming. I know you. Perhaps in a few months, we might fight each other. At that time, I wonder if you will have grown enough. Hehe, I'm looking forwards to it. Yang Kai licked his lips. Lin Ming's strength already approached the heavenly demon 7 stars. Several months from now, if he could win another 2 matches, it wouldn't be strange if he fought Yang Kai. Toot toot, don't look at me like that, it's easy for me to get excited. Yang Kai quirkily smiled as he waggled his finger. Then, he walked over to the deacon in charge of this practice area. This damned fellow. Dagu looked disgusted. He truly wasn't Yang Kai's match, he simply couldn't do anything to him. A year ago, they were evenly matched in strength. But now because of the disparity in their practice areas, a wide gap had opened between them, especially the last few months. During this period, Yang Kai's strength became immeasurably deep. Lin Ming silently watched Yang Kai. Although he didn't have that lofty superior feel and proud aura like Fengshen did, his soul force seemed as deep as a vast ocean. It wasn't just in soul force, but that tiny body also seemed to contain a terrifying power. He uses soul cultivation as his primary method and supports this with a body transformation cultivation method. I wonder just how strong this Yang Kai's soul attacks are. Lin Minute secretly compared himself. Yang Kai's mind was secretive. If they didn't fight once, he wouldn't know how they measured next to each other. This is your token, please receive it. The deacon managing this special practice area was a one-armed middle-aged man. His true essence was concentrated extremely thickly. As the one in charge of this special practice area, he must have a very high status on Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor, but he was still very humble towards Fengshen. He didn't have even the slightest sense of disrespect in his words or actions, and deferentially placed a token in Fengshen's hand. With this token, he could enter the practice area. Lord Yang Kai, this is yours. Please accept it. The second token was given to Yang Kai. Afterwards, the deacon turned to Lin Ming and asked, what sort of practice place would you like? Towards Lin Ming, he didn't have any fear. His voice was neither too arrogant or too humble. Lin Ming said, "The king's cage." "Oh." Yang Kai revealed an expression of great interest. "The king's cage, eh? Hehe, now that I think of it, you should have gained the authority to enter the king's cage. Interesting. I wonder what sort of trial qualification rank you'll be able to attain." Millimeter? Lin Ming was startled. Trial qualifications? The middle-aged deacon looked at Lin Ming and slowly explained, "The king's cage has different ranking smelting trial qualifications. There are many factors involved. In short, talent, soul, strength, all of these factors and more are closely linked to the final result. It is a complete and comprehensive evaluation of all young heroic elites. The smelting trial qualifications are divided into 4 different grades. These are common, saint, azura, and titled azura. The first 3 grades are also divided into low, medium, and high. Of these, a high azura is amongst the most splendid of all heaven-step asuras. As for a titled azura, that is an azura with their own unique title. In the last 10,000 years, there have only been a total of 3 titled asuras. Those that can become a titled azura are surely the proudest sons of heaven in their generation. But even if all 12 sky-split towers are added together, these are still extremely rare existences. Chapter 580, Qualification Trial. Chapter 580, Qualification Trial. Only 3 people had become titled asuras in the last 10,000 years. Lin Ming's eyebrows twisted together. Sky-split Tower could not be compared to the South Horizon region. The South Horizon region was a small region about 1 million miles wide. As for Sky-split Tower, it was a place where nearly every young genius within the holy demon continent that walked the killing path came to. These were the most outstanding youths among those that cultivated the demonic arts. It had to be known that the holy demon continent had a very complex racial situation. There were great wars nearly every year, and the number of talents surpassed the Sky Spill continent by far. Not just that, but of the giant demon martial artists, 70 to 80% of them walked the killing road. The blood slaughter steppes could be called the land where they all gathered. Even so, Paulari's Tower only had a total of 3 titled asuras in the last 10,000 years. Even if the other 11 sky-split towers were added together, this was just a bit over 30 individuals. Obviously, this was an extremely rare title. Lin Ming asked, "There have only been 3 people in the last 10,000 years. Have these 3 finally become peerless emperors?" The middle-aged man was smugly silent. The martial artists that first entered the King's Cage smelting trial qualifications were almost always filled with excitement as they heard the legend of these titled asuras. This was a reasonable reaction after all. These heroic youths were incomparably proud and arrogant of their abilities. Among them, there were even many that thought they themselves should be a titled asura. However, in truth, after these people underwent their smelting trial qualifications, they often weren't graded as ordinary asuras, instead only being given a saint grade. Lin Ming's reaction was within the deacon's expectations. The deacon normally wouldn't care and would be disinclined to respond if a normal person asked him, but he had heard rumors about Lin Ming's talent. In the future, it was possible that Lin Ming would become a great figure within Skysplit Tower. Thinking of this, he said, "No. 2 of those people are missing, no one knows just where they went. Only one of them became a peerless emperor. Not just that, but that person isn't an ordinary emperor-level master. After being a peerless emperor, he could even instantly kill an emperor-level supreme elder at his same level." "I see." Lin Ming was not surprised. If there were only 3 individuals that were titled asuras in the last 10,000 years, then these individuals were naturally peak emperor-level talent existences. In fact, the definition of an emperor-level talent only meant that one had a small ray of hope for becoming a true emperor-level powerhouse. One could call themselves an emperor-level talent, but of these so-called emperor-level talents, the vast majority were not able to become a peerless emperor. Maybe they exhausted their potential, maybe they weren't able to persist, or perhaps their destiny was lacking and they perished, but even between emperor-level talents there were massive gaps, otherwise emperor powerhouses would not be so exceedingly rare. "Hihi, boy, you look like you want to become a titled asura." Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ming's ear. Lin Ming turned around and calmly said, "It doesn't matter whether I want to become a titled Azura or not. We'll find out after I try it." Haha. Yang Kai guffawed, his expression mute. "Deacon Bai, open the smelting trial for him. I want to see just what grade of smelting trial qualifications this boy will earn. Young hero Lin, if you would like, please follow me," the middle-aged deacon said without much expression as he moved towards the back wall. This practice area was very broad. It had width and length of 1,000 feet, and the dome was dozens of feet high. On this wall there were 9 thick stone pillars that stood next to each other. On the pillars were all sorts of carvings and reliefs. There were coiling dragons, demons, and a variety of vicious beasts, each with menacing poses, all of them vivid and lifelike. The middle-aged deacon selected the 3rd and 4th pillars and moved between them. He took out a token and then placed it on the wall. With a rumbling sound, this wall began to slowly rise up. The wall was 10 feet thick, and not just that, but it was constructed out of some unknown metal. With how high it was, this wall should weigh no less than several 100,000 jinns. This was a terrifying wall weight. Just what of strength was able to lift it? As the wall rose, it rumbled like a thunderstorm, the sound echoing in one's ears. After the wall was completely raised up, it revealed a large stone chamber within. This stone chamber was around 200 feet wide, and it contained an indescribably rugged and potent energy. It was like a mystical door to another dimension, leading to an endless ancient and primal wilderness. "This is the king's cage," Lin Ming was shocked. He couldn't imagine just what sort of person had created this place to begin with. Indeed. Yang Kai looked at Lin Ming, a savoring expression on his face. Even the lonely and proud Feng Shen stopped in his steps and looked at Lin Ming. From beginning to end, he hadn't said a single word. To someone like Feng Shen, only a peerless heavenly genius that could stand as his rival was worthy of attracting his attention. Lin Ming walked into the stone chamber. On the walls of this chamber were doors of light. It was unknown where they went. Near these doors of light stood a 100-foot-high stone tablet. This seemed like stone, but it also seemed like metal. As one stared at it, they could sense a faint law as well as an origin of energy, causing them to tremble in their feet. From top to bottom, the stone tablet was entirely covered with countless names. The very top 3 rows only had one name each. The first row said, Sky Ghost Azura, Shintu Hongshi. The second row said, Netherworld Azura, Mo Kuan. The third row said, Eightfall Azura, Hao Gan. These 3 rows of names were written in fanciful and bold cursive. This handwriting seemed to contain the laws and will of the world. It was splendid and radiant. The middle-aged deacon said, "This stone tablet is called the King Tablet. Every time a martial artist enters the King's Cage smelting trial and obtains a high-grade saint-level qualification ranking, their names will appear on the King Tablet. The name stays for 10,000 years. A 10,000-year period truly seemed enough to have a name appear eternal." Lin Ming's eyes continued downwards, and he saw that the names after the 3 rows of titled Azura were much smaller. Followed right after the 3 titled Azura was 1 rank, Heaven Step Azura. Underneath this Heaven Step Azura were several dozen names, each filled with a strange flavor. As he looked at the second row of names, Lin Ming was stunned. There was an impressive name there, Feng Shen. Lin Ming couldn't help but turn around and glance at Feng Shen. Feng Shen was standing right behind him around 100 feet away. Both of his hands were hanging behind his back, and his eyes were placid. His expression was clear, and he didn't seem to give a single care about Lin Ming looking at him. So Feng Shen is a Heaven Step Azura. Lin Ming silently counted the number. There were a total of 36 Heaven Step Azura. This was the total accumulation of 10,000 years, which meant that there was an average of 1 every 300 years. Feng Shen being one of them was already extremely rare. Below that were Earth Step Asuras. There were a total of 150 people listed here. Lin Ming also saw Yang Kai's name among them. Then below that were Human Step Asuras. There were even more people listed here. Finally, below that was the high-grade saint level. These names filled the rest of the entire stone tablet. Because there were so many of these names, they seemed unremarkable bunched up next to each other. But, in truth, these individuals were the peerless geniuses of their eras. If everyone is ready, then please enter. The contents of the qualification smelting trial vary for every person. Each person will encounter different scenarios. I wish all of you good luck. Deacon Bai flatly said, pointing to a door of light beside him. Behind Lin Ming, Yang Kai and Feng Shen looked at him. Brother Lin, please be careful. The qualification smelting trials are dangerous and possibly fatal. If you find yourself facing a situation where you can't win, then don't force yourself. Dagu reminded behind him. I'll remember. Lin Ming breathed deeply several times. He adjusted his mindset so it was near the ethereal state, revolved his true essence, and stepped into the void of light. Whoosh! A white light flashed and Lin Ming disappeared. There was a sense of space twisting around him as Lin Ming's vision blurred. Then it gradually began to clear. He stood in an endless black space. Stars shined above his head, and grey rocks floated gently in the air. Ca. A blazing white light appeared without any indication and pierced straight towards Lin Ming's chest. Millimeter. Lin Ming's eyes widened. He drew the purple comet spear, and in an instant was ready to fend off the attack and counter it. But in this moment, Lin Ming felt space warp around him, and time seemed to slow. His footsteps should have been like the wind, but instead it seemed as if he had fallen into a bog, finding all of his movements restricted. Space-time law shackles. This is the law of space and time. It is exactly the concepts which I comprehended. That Deacon Bai said that the qualification smelting trial is different for every person, and every person will encounter different scenarios. Then, this qualification test of the concept of space and time should be aimed specifically at me. As Lin Ming thought this, his heart burned with a radiant fighting spirit. How interesting. Let me see what degree the difficulty of this qualification smelting trial is, where only 3 people have become a titled Azura in the last 10,000 years. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming's perception swept out in all directions, instantly extending to the surrounding space. His body twisted in a way that completely violated the laws of physics as he changed his trajectory and soared through a path out. This instant acceleration made it appear as if he had teleported. Whoosh! The beam of light stabbed through the black ground and disappeared without a trace. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. What a strong attack! If someone lacked strength, then that beam of light would have pierced right through their body. No wonder Dagu had reminded him that this qualification smelting trial could be fatal. Lin Ming quickly swiveled around, and was surprised to see a black storm roiling towards him. This storm was the exact same as the black storms that Lin Ming had seen when he passed through the ancient transmission array. Space storm. As Lin Ming saw this, he was not startled, but instead happy. The concept of space was elusive and enigmatic. He had been worried that there wouldn't be any place where he could perceive this, but he didn't expect that the King's Cage qualification smelting trial would have it. Come on. Not only did Lin Ming not dodge, but instead he picked up the purple comet spear and rushed directly towards the space storm. When Lin Ming first passed through the ancient transmission array, he hadn't even had a tiny bit of superficial knowledge or comprehension of the laws of space and time. Although he had experienced a number of space storms, Lin Ming hadn't gained much from them. But now, he had entered into the initial threshold in understand the concepts of space and time. If he could experience this space storm once more, then he would be able to obtain comprehensions that were of a completely different nature from the previous time. Shoo! A spear entered the storm. Lin Ming felt a terrifying attracting force pulling on him, tearing at him, wanting to rip him to shreds. Lin Ming had already experienced this feeling before. He calmly and steadily adjusted his mind and flow of true essence to adapt to this distortion of spacetime as soon as possible. Blood seal twisting murder, the power of rotation. Beside Lin Ming, blood-drinking seals flew out like flying knives, rapidly rotating around each other. The method of these spinning seals was similar to that of the space storm. Melding with this force, Lin Ming rapidly shot into the space storm. True essence constantly condensed and dispersed. In this vortex, Lin Ming was like a fish swimming upstream, agile and calm. Very good. Again. Lin Ming's figure moved. At this time, an even more terrifying space storm began to form in front. Around the edges of this space storm, even time seemed to twist. Chapter 581, Purple Comet, Penetrating Rainbow. Chapter 581, Purple Comet, Penetrating Rainbow. The black space storm swept through the sky as if it were devouring all. This was the union of the concept of time and the concept of space. These complex concepts made travel through this storm even more difficult. Lin Ming's eyes shrank. Facing this great black space storm, he grew even more excited. But the difference from a moment ago was that this excitement had a tinge of solemnity. The concept of time was fused into this space storm. While he needed to adapt to the power of space, he also needed to adjust the passage of time around him to fit the law of space here. Diverting his mind in two directions was not easy. Ca. Lin Ming decided on a spacetime node, his spear thrusting out. With a spiraling potency, the spear light shot into the black storm. It formed into a twisting ripple, but just as this ripple appeared it immediately slowed down like a fish caught in mud. The time is wrong. Lin Ming drew back, escaping the turbulent space flow that passed near him. He adapted to the flow of time once again. Cha. Spear thrust after spear thrust formed beautiful spiral ripples, every one like an arrow entering into water. These strikes caused ripples in the space storm that propagated for dozens of feet. Because of the intense collision from the power of space, these ripples slowly faded away. Lin Ming kept dodging the power of space, retreating a step at a time as the spear in his hand thrust out at an even faster rate. At this time, a light flashed in his eyes. Heretical God Force, open. 100% of the heretical God Force was released. The compressed true essence within Lin Ming's body erupted. As he stepped upon golden rock shattering the void, his speed shot up dramatically. All of his energy and will was poured into the purple comet spear. Lin Ming became one with his spear, his entire being converting into a vibrant spiraling force that pierced into the space storm. If he distanced himself from the attacks of the space storm, then Lin Ming would only be able to perceive the most cursory of details. Only if he completely invested himself into this storm of space and time would he be able to experience its true depths and comprehend the most basic concepts and laws. The power of space roared past Lin Ming. The power of space was known as the force that could annihilate all. When Lin Ming had passed through the ancient transmission array, many of the spatial rings he wore had been instantly shattered by the space storm. The medicines, treasures, bottles, everything inside these spatial rings had turned to dust in front of Lin Ming's eyes before vanishing into the endless darkness. Trying to resist such a terrifying power of space with just true essence was suicide. Only if one conformed to this power and used the law of space to protect themselves would they be able to live. Damn! Lin Ming was careless for a moment, missing a trace of the power of space. This small trace of strength rubbed against Lin Ming's arm, and his bodily true essence was ripped apart like a thin piece of paper. The muscles on his arm burst open, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone. Blood showered out, instantly disappearing in the space storm. How frightening! Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He quickly focused his thoughts and readapted himself to the power of twisting space. Just a touch of the power of space could cause such terrifying destruction. Just who was the one that said the striking power of the concept of space was lacking? When Lin Ming first faced Xingtian, he had used the concept of space to confront his concept of annihilation. Compared to the concept of annihilation, Lin Ming felt that the striking power of the concept of space was lacking. The concept of space's strengths lay in its ability to allow one's skills to be elusive and variable, making them nearly impossible to detect or avoid. However, now it seemed that the concept of space didn't lack in striking power, but rather that Lin Ming's comprehension of it was just far too low. What he understood was nothing but a drop in the sea. My road is still too long. Lin Ming released his senses and closed his eyes, even completely withdrawing all of the true essence that protected his body. Since bodily true essence was fundamentally unable to resist this space storm, he might as well take it all away so that he could concentrate his mental strength to an unprecedented level. At that moment, Lin Ming's mind was completely emptied of all thoughts. Even his spiritual sea was a great empty space. Immersed in this space storm, he was completely defensive. If he took a single wrong step, then he would be crushed to death, beyond redemption. A normal qualification trial challenger would handle a concept test like this by mainly dodging to pass. Breaking in with any hesitation like this was simply an act of madness. Of course, the benefits to this madness were obvious. Lin Ming's comprehension of the space and time concepts was unceasingly improving. Space is not nothing, but is the sea where all life comes from. It in itself is the property of all matter. It is not that space holds all matter, but only after the existence of myriad things is their position measured. The great volume of space is similar to the existence of men and women to humanity. Only after the existence of humanity do men and women have meaning. Similarly, only after the appearance of matter does space have meaning. Lin Ming unknowingly swam in the ocean of space. He seemed to simply begin to comprehend the essence of space. Without knowing how much time passed, Lin Ming's eyes opened. The space storm had passed, and Lin Ming was standing atop the dark black earth. As he looked at his hand, he saw that the torn muscles there had already regenerated halfway. Done already? What a pity. Lin Ming shook his head. If he could continue that state he was in a moment ago, then he could have realized even deeper truths. Millimeter? This is, not too far away, Lin Ming saw a billowing cloud of thunderfire. The concepts of thunder and fire, this really is a comprehensive test. Lin Ming's eyes burned with a brilliant fighting spirit. Compared to the elusive power of space and time, the concepts of thunder and fire were his specialty. He was already very familiar with thunderfire. Hoo. From a distance where thunder and fire fused together as one, thunderfire billowed high, incomparably violent and savage. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile. It's only interested if it's fused. If it's just the concept of thunder or the concept of fire, then it would be too boring. When Lin Ming was trying to fuse the power of thunder and fire, he respectively went to the concept of thunder practice area as well as the concept of fire practice area. Just these sole concepts made Lin Ming feel as if something were lacking. But now, in the King's Cage qualification test, both of these concepts were united as one. This caused Lin Ming to rejoice with happiness. This was really a great place. Lin Ming looked forwards to coming to this qualification trial several more times. Hey, that boy has been in for just under an hour. Outside of the smelting trial area, Yang Kai was speaking to Fengshen. But at this time, Fengshen's eyes were closed in meditation. He had entered into a strange cultivation state. If Lin Ming were here, he would see that this was shockingly a type of martial intent. It was one similar to Lin Ming's own ethereal martial intent. It was a supportive martial intent that could greatly increase one's practice speed. As Yang Kai saw Fengshen not respond to his words, he could only give up. Facing Fengshen, Yang Kai didn't have the least bit of arrogance. Yang Kai remembered that when he went into the qualification smelting trial, he came out after an hour. Time didn't mean everything. But, in general, someone who couldn't surpass an hour inside could only be ranked as a medium-grade saint level. This wasn't even enough to be recorded on the King tablet. Yang Kai didn't doubt that Lin Ming had the ability to appear on the King tablet. The question was what level he would reach. If he can reach Fengshen's level, then that would be incredible. That prideful fellow Fengshen is already staying here late for the first time just so he can see Lin Ming's smelting trial results. It seems that he cares somewhat about Lin Ming. Thinking about this, Yang Kai felt a bit uncomfortable. If Lin Ming became a heaven-step Azura, then that meant that Lin Ming's future accomplishments would surpass his one day. Within the space of the smelting trial, Lin Ming flew high in the air. Grasping the purple comet spear, his long hair danced in the air. Beside him, thunder and flame roared as the origin energy of the world put him through a brutal and violent baptism. Lin Ming thrust out his spear again and again. The violet electricity spirit bamboo fused with 100,000 arcs of lightning, and the sacred flame parasol tree whipped up waves of brilliant flames. Under this attack, Lin Ming's comprehension of the fusion between the concepts of thunder and fire grew more and more. He had already unconsciously reached the large success stage, and was making strides towards perfection. But at this moment, a white light flashed. In the air, 6 phantoms appeared. These fuzzy shades were armed with long spears made of energy, and they rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming loudly shouted out. At this time, all of the wild heaven and earth origin energy compressed together within his body. If he didn't release this, then he would explode. Come on. Lin Ming shook the purple comet spear and then rushed straight towards these 6 phantoms. A brilliant spear light cut through the endless sky. Lin Ming cried out, and he became one with his spear. Under the grace of thunder and fire, Lin Ming's speed instantly reached the pinnacle. Space itself trembled underneath this potent spear light. Kyla. Like a burning meteor, Lin Ming instantly passed through 3 of the 6 phantom, killing them in a single strike. The other 3 phantoms were wounded by the aftershocks of thunder fire and severely injured. This move was the end result of the fusion of Chasing Thunder and Chasing Sunday. It was now also one of Lin Ming's strongest moves. Lin Ming named it Penetrating Rainbow. With this name, it described how after the first movement, the spear instantly penetrated the deep blue sky, the spear light seeming like an endless rainbow that hung in the heavens. Thus, the name of this move was Penetrating Rainbow. Moreover, Lin Ming's first spear was called Penetrating Rainbow. This name also held a commemorative significance for him. Awesome. Ever since he comprehended Penetrating Rainbow, although Lin Ming had practiced this move 1,000 times, he still hadn't used it in combat. Now he finally had an enemy to fight. Although it was only a virtual enemy made of energy, Lin Ming still felt happy about this. As for the remaining 3 phantoms, Lin Ming's spear rushed past them. Puff, puff, puff. 3 lights flashed. They all died instantly. To the current Lin Ming, these 6 phantoms were far too weak. Then the world shifted, the heavens and earth changing around him. Thick clouds obscured the starry sky, and the endless black earth underneath his feet turned into a vast, fathomless ocean. Thunder recklessly flashed in the sky. It was like the divine soldiers of God were casting their weapons down upon the world, ripping the heavens apart. Bang! The surface of the sea suddenly exploded. Dozens of water columns rose into the sky, thousands of feet high. Within these water columns were purple flood dragons that roared as they rushed towards Lin Ming. Before these flood dragons arrived, their terrifying aura and pressure pushed down on him like a great mountain. In this pressure, there was actually a purple light that instantly broke into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Millimeter. Soul attack. Lin Ming's mind chilled. This was truly a great test. The power of concepts, one's individual strength, even a test for soul force. This trial was truly all-encompassing, everyone was completely involved. As the soul attack broke into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, it was instantly melted away by the samsara martial intent without being able to harm him at all. Then, the flood dragons roared again as they rushed towards Lin Ming. The ocean rolled up in gigantic waves, the sky exploding as if the apocalypse had arrived. Lin Ming instantly judged that it would be difficult dealing with these flood dragons. His mind touched upon the heretical god seed. Lin Ming unleashed the heretical god force. Bang! His long hair dancing, Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear, his fighting spirit sweeping through the world. 2 hours and a quarter. Outside of the smelting trial, Dagu was staring at an hourglass. This time was already comparable to how long Fengshen had stayed within. But, the corresponding result could be good or bad. If Lin Ming rolled through unstoppable, then he could even become a titled Azura. But if he was plodding along, then he might not even become an Earthstep Azura. At this moment, the door of light violently shook. Dagu's eyes jumped up. Did the smelting trial end? Seeing the door of light shake, Yang Kai stood up. Even Fengshen, who had been sitting in meditation, faintly opened his indifferent eyes. Chapter 582, titled Azura. Chapter 582, titled Azura. 2 hours and a quarter. That was the same time that Fengshen lasted in his own smelting trial. Because martial artists had different levels of strength, their trials also had correspondingly different difficulties, thus the results would also be different. How much time passed was only a single factor of many. Whoosh! A figure shot out from the door of light, stepping onto the ground. This was Lin Ming. The clothes on Lin Ming's right hand were torn and dyed red with blood. But it seemed fine overall. It should have been a minor wound, and in addition there wasn't a scar. It was just that his clothes were slightly messy and his breath was a bit unsteady. He had clearly over-consumed his energy. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. If he wasn't injured too heavily, then that meant his results were decent. This boy, Yang Kai said with a tinge of envy. As for Feng Shun, his eyes were still calm and detached as he looked at Lin Ming. Then, his eyes turned to the king tablet. At the very top of the stone tablet where the Heaven Step Asuras were located, the entire stone tablet including the letters themselves were shrouded underneath an opaque golden light. One couldn't clearly see, but one could approximate the letters slowly forming within this golden light. This name was suspended high, on the top 3 feet of the king tablet. On the king tablet, the name would form in the air before it fell onto the stone tablet. The letters were magnificent, containing all sorts of exquisite mysteries. Heaven Step Azura? Yang Kai gripped his fists together. Was the name forming on the stone tablet really a once in 300 years Heaven Step Azura? With Lin Ming's talent, he had already guessed there was a high probability of him being a Heaven Step Azura. But, to see this happen in real life in front of him made Yang Kai feel deeply uncomfortable. From the very beginning, Feng Shun, who hadn't had any expression at all, finally had a tinge of emotion on his face. His eyes turned to Lin Ming, giving him a deep look, before turning back to the golden characters forming in the air. As Lin Ming's name was formed, everyone thought that these golden characters would now fall onto the king tablet. As soon as Lin Ming appeared, the golden light flashed again and more letters began to appear. What? Yang Kai's eyes widened. There were more words. This is. 3 more words formed in the golden light. These words finally formed. Evil God Azura. He had been given the title of Evil God. Ka. This line of golden words fell onto the king tablet. The king tablet was several dozen feet high and over 3 feet thick, but it still trembled as this name fell onto it, as if it couldn't bear the weight of this title. As the golden light faded away, Lin Ming's name was deeply engraved right underneath the 8-fall Azura. This was the 4th row, Evil God Azura, Lin Ming. Yang Kai's flawed expression froze on his face. Even the aloof and indifferent Feng Shun had lost his past calm. Titled Azura, Evil God. The titles that Skysplit Tower bestowed upon certain individuals were not random. It was said that the qualifications smelting trial had a certain ability to predict the future. For instance, Hao Gan was given the title of 8-fall Azura, and after that he really crossed 8 stages of life destruction before reaching the Divine Sea. Soon after, the world respectfully called him the 8-fall War Emperor. Then if Lin Ming was given the title of Evil God, what would happen in the future? Would he become an evil god? What sort of concept was an evil god? Just what level powerhouse would that be? Would it be in existence on the same level as the 8-fall War Emperor? Dagu gasped, unable to hide his astonishment. After being stunned for a moment, he finally recovered. With awe in his eyes, he muttered, "To think that in my life I was able to witness the birth of a titled Azura. This is unbelievable." Lin Ming glanced at the stone tablet. A titled Azura was no more than what he expected. He wasn't too proud of this accomplishment. There were only 3 titled Asuras in the last 10,000 years, but one couldn't forget that there was more than one Skysplit Tower. Of course, to the normal person, a titled Azura was a legendary existence. But to Lin Ming, if he couldn't obtain this rank, then that really would have been too laughable. At that point, he wouldn't have had any qualifications to think of going to the realm of the gods or pursuing anything like the peak of all martial arts. Lin Ming. Feng Shun called out, finally speaking at last. This was first time he spoke. His voice was calm, but carried a firm edge to it. Titled Evil God, I will remember, I'm waiting for you. With that, Feng Shun no longer idled. He turned and left. As Yang Kai saw Feng Shun leave, his complexion sunk. He didn't think that Lin Ming was actually such an abnormal freak of nature. If it was possible, then he didn't want to become enemies with Lin Ming. But the crux of this was, if he didn't take Lin Ming as his enemy, Would Lin Ming take him as an enemy? Yang Kai finally snorted coldly and left the practice area. He already decided that he had to fight Lin Ming as soon as possible. If he dawdled around for a year or two, then he absolutely would not be Lin Ming's match. Sir Lin, this is your qualifications token as well as an introductory jade slip to the King's Cage for titled Asuras. Please take it. Deacon Bai respectfully presented a token and jade slip to Lin Ming. His manners were at the most impeccable and humble state they could be. He never thought that for all the years he had managed this area, that he would be the one to bear witness to the birth of a titled Azura. Thank you. Lin Ming received the qualifications token. After briefly sweeping through the jade slip, he had a general sense as to what the King's Cage was. Haha, Brother Lin, you truly amazed everyone with that dazzling accomplishment. After Yang Kai left, Dagu began to laugh. He was very happy to see Yang Kai's defeated expression. The two of them had never been on friendly terms to begin with. I never expected this. Zunji covered her mouth, her eyes filled with incredulity as she looked at Lin Ming. It's nothing more than destiny, Lin Ming casually said. In truth, none of the martial artists in Skysplit Tower knew that he was only 19 years old. If they did, then these people would probably fall into a horror-filled panic. Brother Lin, after earning your trial qualifications, you can then enter the corresponding level of the King's Cage. Would Brother Lin like to go and practice or have a drink for now? Lin Ming said, Thank you Brother Dagu for your kindness, but I would like to practice as soon as possible. After finishing the qualification smelting trial, there are some understandings I've gained and I wanted to meditate on these faint insights. All right. Then, I'll bid farewell first. Dagu cupped his fists together. Lin Ming also cupped his fists together in return. But at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out nearby. Sir Lin, would you like to go for a drink? I would like to go, haha. Millimeter. Lin Ming turned around to see a short imp that barely reached 6 feet. He wore a loose embroidered robe and smiled as he walked forwards. What do you want? Lin Ming asked. As Dagu saw this person, he knit his eyebrows together. He said to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission, This person is High Lord Hian's representative. I estimate that he's here to make a deal with you. I won't accompany you then. Brother Lin, weigh the advantages and disadvantages yourself before you come to a decision, and best of luck to you. Dagu said as he left with Zunji. As Zunji left, she glared at this short imp man, her eyes filled with obvious disgust and utter loathing. The imp man ignored this and said, Sir Lin, I already have a table reserved at the Ming Tea House. I wonder if Sir Lin would like to follow me there for a little chat. I have wonderful news to tell Sir Lin. No need. Say what you want here. Lin Ming indifferently said. Ho ho, the imp man wasn't embarrassed. He smiled and said, It seems Sir Lin already knows why I'm here, then I'll make this brief. Sir High Lord Hian appreciates you very much. If you want, then you may choose to pledge yourself to Sir High Lord and enter into his service for 50 years. During this period, you may use all the practice resources of Skysplit Tower as you wish. This is great news. Skysplit Tower's practice resources cannot be compared to a Holy Land's. Without any exaggeration, this is the best land for practice in the entire Holy Demon continent. I wonder if Sir Lin... Sorry, but I have no intention of doing that. Lin Ming flatly refused, leaving no room for further discussion. Young hero Lin, this is a fortune that others can't have no matter how much they wish for it. You don't know how many people are envious of this position, not to mention that you only need to pledge yourself to 50 years of service. In fact, you don't even need to stay that long. With Sir Lin's talent, at most you'll need to serve a dozen or so years. As long as... Are you done speaking? I have to go practice. Lin Ming said dismissively. There was no free lunch in this world. After signing a soul contract and becoming a dog of Skysplit Tower, although he would be able to use practice resources as he wished, he would need to block the growth of budding talents for Skysplit Tower. In other words, he would act as the hand of Skysplit Tower. For instance, this was also Xing Tian's role on the second floor. The imp's complexion was somewhat ugly. For better or worse, he was still a subordinate of the High Lord, Yet he was actually treated this way by Lin Ming. The imp's smile tightened and he coldly said, "Lin Ming, a wise man knows when to retreat. If you continue to remain so stubbornly obstinate, then your only choice is to leave Skysplit Tower, lest you draw a disaster upon yourself." These last words were spoken through a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming wasn't stirred by this threat. He calmly said, "I have no interest in Skysplit Tower's control of benefits or its power struggles. At most I will stay in Skysplit Tower for another 2 years. I have no intention of taking your high lords as an enemy. I only wish to peacefully practice. If some people are not relieved by this, then I can guarantee that I will give up on becoming a 10-winged heavenly demon and will stay at the peak of 8 wings." Lin Ming had already spoken out a great deal of concessions. Becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon and obtaining the heavenly demon martial intent was without a doubt tempting, but Lin Ming was well aware of just how terrifying Skysplit Tower could be. He did not intend to take the entire Skysplit Tower as an enemy just by himself. Stepping back this far was already a measure of his sincerity. However, the imp wasn't of the same opinion. To him, Lin Ming completely wanted to do things the hard way. The High Lords rarely thought so highly of someone, and yet this person was being so unappreciative of this. "You promised to stop at the peak of 8 wings and not take the 12 High Lords as your enemy. That's quite brave of you. Then should I represent the 12 High Lords and thank you for showing such gracious mercy?" "Humph." The imp coldly coughed. He wanted to spit out several more ruthless words, but then he casually glimpsed the king tablet. At the top of the stone tablet, the golden light hadn't yet dimmed. It still continued to shine softly and silently with a warm gold light as before. It was this wisp of golden light that caught the imp's attention. That golden light actually shrouded a line of words. These words were, "Evil God Azura, Lin Ming." The imp's eyes instantly widened, and his mouth fell open. All of those rude words he wanted to spit out got stuck in his throat. Titled Azura. Heavens! Was he wrong? He naturally knew that this was the king tablet. Those 3 names on the top had remained unchanged for thousands of years. But today, another name had appeared. Lin Ming. He had actually obtained this title. The imp man was completely befuddled. "Anything else you want to say?" Lin Ming's voice was extremely cold and desolate. "Kia." The imp was scared silly, thus he reacted this way. He reflexively shook his head and said, No, never mind." Chapter 583, Give You 1 Day to Leave. Chapter 583, Give You 1 Day to Leave. With his original arrogance dashed away, the imp visibly withered. But one couldn't blame him for being so scared. A titled Azura was simply too terrifying. For instance, take the 8-fall Azura Hao Gan. He finally achieved 8 stages of life destruction and earned the great title of 8-fall War Emperor. Among emperors at his same level, no one was his match. Even old monsters born thousands of years ago greatly feared the 8-fall War Emperor and gave him his due respect. If one wanted to win against the 8-fall War Emperor, they needed to achieve an absolute superiority through their cultivation. Otherwise, they would be ruthlessly oppressed by the 8-fall War Emperor. Thinking that Lin Ming would become such a person in the future, the imp felt his scalp tingle. If he truly offended such a person, then even Skysplit Tower would not be able to protect him. Thus, he nodded and timidly said, "Sir Lin, this little servant will leave first." The imp left like he was fleeing. He didn't dare to mention the matter of pledging allegiance again to Lin Ming. What a joke! Of Skysplit Tower's 12 High Lords, besides the Chief High Lord who was also the Tower Master, the other 11 High Lords weren't even Heaven-step Asuras. There were also many of them who weren't even Earth-step Asuras, so how could they expect a titled Azura to subordinate himself to them? There were many names on the King Tablet, but that was the total accumulation of 10,000 years. It was the converging of all the heroic young talents of the entire Holy Demon continent. Let alone a Heaven-step Azura, even an ordinary Azura was a peerless genius of their generation. The imp rushed to the transmission array as fast as he could, directly passing to the 4th floor where the High Lord was. "Sir Heian, there is very bad news." The imp was originally short. Coupled with his fat body, He looked like a round bouncing ball as he rushed up, stumbling and rolling through the corridor. High Lord Heian frowned as he looked at the panicked imp. He coldly shouted, "What are you so flustered about?" The plump imp knelt on the ground, out of breath. "Sir, it's bad. Lin Ming has become a titled Azura and earned the smelting trial qualifications." "I know already," High Lord Heian coldly replied, his face glowering. In truth, he was among the first to learn that Lin Ming had become a titled Azura. He had no need for this man to tell him that again. When he first learned this news, he was also alarmed, completely horrified. A titled Azura, there was too much meaning behind that. This sort of character even surpassed the scope of Skysplit Tower. It involved the race war of the entire Holy Demon continent. As the imp saw High Lord Heian remain silent, he didn't know what to make of things. He weakly proposed, "Sir, Lin Ming promised a moment ago that he wouldn't be enemies with us. Perhaps we can take a look at this and change our strategies. We can remain on good terms with Lin Ming and not provoke him. If we do, then in the future." "Humph. Stupid," High Lord Heian coldly shouted. The imp was frightened. He instantly prostrated on the floor, no longer daring to say anything more. That 8-4 War Emperor is already the best example. If we raise a tiger, then that is just drawing disaster back onto us. It will inevitably bite back. If we let another human become a 12-winged heavenly demon and they later become a divine sea supreme elder, then the foundation of the Bloodslaughter steps will be shaken. High Lord Heian no longer thought that Lin Ming might sign the soul contract to obey Skysplit Tower. A talent of this level was a dragon in a deep pool. Their potential was limitless. How would they be willing to let others put shackles on them? Let alone him, even that Heaven Step Azura Feng Shen refused to sign the soul contract. They were individuals whose pride reached the pinnacle. Would they ever be willing to be dogs for other people? However, Feng Shen's background was extraordinary. The powerhouse behind him negotiated with the Tower Master and received a personal guarantee. Finally, Skysplit Tower was willing to compromise. But Lin Ming was different. No one had managed to discover what major power lay behind Lin Ming, supporting him. But even if they did, that power could only be an enemy. This was because Lin Ming was a human. Just the 8-4 War Emperor caused Skysplit Tower to have restless nights, so how could they allow another human to rise to the position of a supreme elder and threaten the Bloodslaughter steps? High Lord Heian was bleak as he stood up. He strode directly towards the meeting hall. Lin Ming looked at the door of light in front of him. Behind this door of light was a minor dimension. This was the king's cage for a titled Azura. This Skysplit Tower simply had too many sealed dimensions within it. It was hard to imagine who was the one that initially created Skysplit Tower. Behind Lin Ming were many martial artists standing around. They were onlookers. 2 hours ago, Lin Ming became a titled Azura. This news already spread through the 3rd floor like a blazing tornado. Nearly everyone had heard this unbelievable news. Prior to this, a titled Azura was like a fairy tale to them. They never imagined that such a thing would happen near them. This event gave off too fantastical a feeling, as if they were living a dream. In just a few minutes, a massive number of martial artists had gathered at the special practice area entrance. They all wanted to take a gander at the stone tablet. But there weren't actually many that had the authority to enter. Most of them could only join in on the fun by watching through the other side of the door. After seeing the king tablet, others couldn't help but sigh in praise. Some people even used a battle array disc to record a phantom image of the name so that others outside could see. But more people even went to the entrance of the king's cage, waiting for Lin Ming to enter. At this moment, no one in the room was speaking. Most of them were just curiously looking at the door to the king's cage, wanting to know what the difference was with a titled Azura level king's cage. "Sir Lin, entering the king's cage requires 20 slaughter points. In your life, you can only enter the king's cage one time, and your skeletal age must be less than 30 years too. There is no time limit inside. Are you ready to enter?" Deacon Bai respectfully asked. "I am." Regardless of what rank king's cage one entered, it still cost 20 slaughter points. By obtaining a high-level smelting trial qualification, the benefits were naturally much greater. If one only obtained normal saint-level qualifications, or even an ordinary qualification, then there wasn't much meaning in entering. The qualification one obtained all depended on their own individual ability. A titled Azura level King's Cage was a rare experience. It was said that after the 8-4 War Emperor entered the King's Cage, he was then able to comprehend the laws of space and time. This set down the solid foundation for his future achievement of becoming an unstoppable powerhouse within his level. However, everyone's fortunes within the King's Cage were different. Lin Ming wouldn't necessarily be the same as the 8-4 War Emperor. Whether he could come across the concept of space or something else was unknown. Sir Lin, please confirm that you have sufficient food and water. In addition, this is an escape talisman. Upon entering the King's Cage, it is possible that you will encounter an extremely dangerous or life-threatening situation. If you find that you cannot withstand it, then you can use this escape talisman to exit. As Deacon Bai spoke, he gave Lin Ming a transmission talisman. Although this was a talisman, it was actually carved from jade. It was similar to the escape symbol that Mu Fengxian had given to Lin Ming. The escape symbol could transmit one to a farther distance and also any space, whilst the escape talisman that Deacon Bai gave him could only transmit one to a fixed point within Skysplit Tower. Not just that, but it was a very short distance. Thank you, Deacon Bai. Lin Ming had a good impression of this Deacon Bai. He didn't think he would need to use this transmission symbol, but the longer he stayed in the King's Cage, the greater his harvests would be. Although he thought that, the truth was that it was impossible to stay in the King's Cage forever. The longer one stayed in, the more difficult it became. At some point it would become unbearable and thus he would have to leave. Generally, a heroic young elite from a top 4th grade sect or a bottom 5th grade sect would be able to stay in the King's Cage for around 10 days of time. On a higher step, those young outstanding youths that were listed as Asuras on the King Tablet could last 15 days to a month. For instance, the number 1 ranked Heavenly Demon 7 stars and also a Heaven Step Azura, Feng Shen, was able to stay inside for 28 days. As for the worse Yang Kai, who was listed as an Earth Step Azura, he stayed within for 21 days. According to legends, almost 3,000 years ago, the person that stayed in the King's Cage for the longest period of time was the 8-4 War Emperor. He stayed inside for an entire 2 months. Beneath the 8-4 War Emperor was the Netherworld Azura Mo Kuan, who stayed inside for 45 days. There were great disparities even between titled Azura. As for the first Sky Ghost Azura Shuntu Hongxi, because those were events from 800 years ago, the records were unclear and there were several versions of myths. It was unknown how long the real Shuntu Hongxi stayed within the King's Cage. After taking several deep breaths and adjusting his condition to its peak, Lin Ming's eyes burned with a brilliant fighting spirit. He was earnestly awaiting the challenge of the King's Cage. As he was about to step forwards, at this moment, a voice called out for him. "Stop right there. Millimeter." Lin Ming turned around to see that the representative that High Lord Heian sent out had reappeared. And, in front of him was a giant demon wearing a black suit of armor with a cape thrown over his shoulder. His body was solid and tight as if it were sculpted of iron, his muscles nearly bursting from his armor. His eyes seemed to flash like lightning. From this giant demon man's body, Lin Ming sensed a terrifying aura. This fellow was absolutely a master. Lin Ming frowned. What is it? Around Lin Ming, many other martial artists saw the caped man and their expressions changed. Moha. Moha is the 3rd ranked amongst the Heavenly Demon 7 stars. Some people immediately recognized the caped giant demon's identity. On Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor, Moha's strength far surpassed Diegu's. This fellow is Moha. As Lin Ming looked at the caped giant demon, he was slightly startled. He had already heard of Moha's name all the way back in Sun Flood City. "You are Lin Ming." Moha looked at Lin Ming, his pitch-black eyes seemed as if they could see through Lin Ming. "Why are you looking for me?" "Hee hee." Moha's laugh was like gravel. "There are some things that I wish to talk to you about. Come with me." "No need. If you need to say something, then say it here. I'm busy with my practice." Lin Ming's voice was calm, but it carried a faintly keen aura. Humph. After being directly rejected by Lin Ming, Moha was a bit annoyed. Your practice can wait. The High Lord has spoken. He gives you 1 day to leave Skysplit Tower. You've already been at Skysplit Tower for over 1.5 years. You've already gained a great harvest here. You've accumulated a great deal of infernal energy, made gains in practice, and also become extremely wealthy. People should know just how far they can reach, and be content with what they have lest they overreach. Moha used a true essence sound transmission to speak. This sort of implicit threat went against Skysplit Tower's rules. Naturally, he couldn't speak publicly. You want me to leave? I've just obtained the qualifications to enter the titled Azura King's Cage, and you want me to leave? Is there anything more ridiculous in this world? Lin Ming angrily laughed. If he left here, then he'd really be letting others bully him to the extreme. Chapter 584, Opening the Cage. Chapter 584, Opening the Cage. Ridiculous? Ha ha ha. Moha laughed. Letting you practice for so long in Skysplit Tower is already letting you take advantage of us. Now we are even letting you leave with your life intact, but you still have such much nonsense to babble on about. Do you still not understand anything? Here, strength is everything. You'd better be smart enough to know what to do, or else, if you want to do things the hard way, hehe. Moha's words ended here with a sneer. The meaning behind this threat was very obvious. Of course, he didn't dare to speak this out publicly and instead used a true essence sound transmission. So you're saying that someone's going to come and deal with me? I wonder who you're going to send. The heavenly demon 7 stars? A High Lord? Lin Ming aggressively responded, simply unafraid of Moha. If Lin Ming was really assassinated, then that would truly be a troublesome matter. Lin Ming was simply too strong. Killing him would make a giant mess of things. If a High Lord personally acted, then that would be blatantly violating Skysplit Tower's rules. If that time came, then the rumor of all the strong people who go to Skysplit Tower will be killed would spread like wildfire. If this happened, then who else would still dare come to Skysplit Tower? Moha grimaced. It seems that you're going to resist until the end. Fine, I will take 1 step back. If you leave Skysplit Tower, then I'll give you a tail of low-grade demon godbone. This is my final offer. Demon godbone? Lin Ming's mind stirred. Humph, you probably don't know how valuable something like that is. I can tell you without exaggeration that a demon godbone is enough to cause a demon king-level martial artist to go crazy. Using it to just temper the body is a waste. If one integrates it into their life source and nourishes the fires of their life, then it can even be of great help to someone trying to break through to be a demon emperor. The demon godbone was naturally promised by the High Lords. Moha hadn't wanted to give this to Lin Ming, but after seeing Lin Ming so stubborn and defiant, he could only reluctantly put out this condition. Integrate it into one's life source to nourish the fire of life. It can help a demon king powerhouse break through the demon emperor bottleneck. It can be used to temper the body, but that is a waste. I see. Lin Ming learned a great deal from Moha's words. It was obvious that Moha didn't know Lin Ming had already obtained a demon godbone. According to Lin Ming's knowledge from the own demon godbone he had, a tail worth of low-grade demon godbone was only the size of a cherry seed. As for the one Lin Ming had, it was the size of a pigeon egg. This was the demon godbone that was granted to Xing Tian. A mere Xing Tian with his status as the king of the second floor could obtain a demon godbone the size of a pigeon egg. But his own titled Azura level King's Cage qualifications, which hadn't been seen in 300 years, could only qualify for a cherry seed-sized demon godbone. This was just too cheap. I'm sorry, but I am not interested. You. Moha was now burning with anger. Lin Ming, let me give you some advice. People shouldn't be too greedy, because the greedy always die. In Skysplit Tower, haven't you obtained blood demon crystals, practice resources, pills, treasures, jade slips, and all sorts of other things? Now you are even allowed to leave in peace without spitting out everything you've taken. A cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He no longer used a true essence sound transmission and said clearly and loudly, Skysplit Tower is a land that anyone can enter. You said that I obtained a massive amount of blood demon crystals, practice resources, pills, treasure, jade slips, and what else? Well, that is not wrong. However, this is not granted to me by Skysplit Tower, but it is what I have earned through my life and death battles. What does any of this have to do with you? This Skysplit Tower was not constructed by you giant demons, nor the imps, nor the fae. It has stood tall here for 100,000 years. Several tens of thousands of years ago, this land was once the common resource of all the martial artists of the Holy Demon Continent. But some people relied on their powerful strength and united all the different powers, making all of the budding talents their minions. They called themselves High Lords even as they amassed wealth and stole away control of Skysplit Tower's great resources. They created all sorts of rules, making it so that other martial artists have to slaughter each other to reach them, all in order to obtain the tiniest chances. And why is it that they are allowed to do that? Lin Ming's questions were shouted out, stunning all of the martial artists around him. Lin Ming's words naturally made sense. It was just that these people had long accepted the High Lord's rules. It wasn't that they wanted to accept them, but that they had no choice but to. These people present were not the High Lord's subordinates, nor had they signed soul contracts. As they heard Lin Ming say all this, their hearts were in uproar. Moha's complexion turned ugly. Good. Very good. Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Don't regret your words in the future. When I decide something, I never regret it. Remember your words. Moha coldly snorted and stomped off. According to the rules of Skysplit Tower, Lin Ming truly did have the authority to enter the king's cage. No one could stop him. Skysplit Tower's High Lords were truly afraid of this. The current Lin Ming wasn't already impossible to control. If he entered the king's cage, then he would undoubtedly grow. The growth of a new human divine Sea Supreme Elder was not something that any of the other races wished to see. After Moha left, the surrounding martial artists were still confused. The conversation that Lin Ming had with Moha was mostly carried out in true essence sound transmissions. Since just a portion of that conversation was heard, none of them were sure what happened. Lin Ming, without saying anything, lifted his foot and entered the door of light leading to the king's cage. In full view of everyone, Lin Ming's figure disappeared. The door of light shook, ripples spreading out over the surface just like a fish leaping into a pool of water. Then, this quickly calmed down, vanishing without a trace. Today was the Dustnet month, Sunlight Day. This date was recorded down by Deacon Bai. It would be used to calculate just how much time Lin Ming spent in the king's cage. After Lin Ming disappeared, the surrounding martial artists naturally dispersed. Like this, the entire practice area was restored to its former calm. Lin Ming felt his body shake as if he had jumped into a pool of water. A sense of icy cold hit him, and then he saw that he had arrived in a vast white space. Shio! A distorted black ray of light appeared, spinning around Lin Ming. These black lights began to appear one after another, becoming more and more intense until they ultimately formed a completely enclosed cage around Lin Ming, sealing him within. Millimeter? Lin Ming's mind went cold. This was the king's cage. At this moment, a voice passed into Lin Ming's mind. To be more exact, this wasn't a voice, but rather a form of direct communication that passed straight into the depths of his soul. Without words, without language, it allowed him to directly understand the meaning of it all. I'm supposed to break out of this cage. So this is what the king's cage practice is like. Since it's like this, why do they say those people that stay in the king's cage longer will experience more growth, and why would someone weak not even last 10 days before they are kicked out of this smelting trial space? Lin Ming had some doubts. Logically speaking, the less time it took to break out of the king's cage, the stronger that person should be. But the information he obtained was the opposite of that. The weak could not stay in here long. But the strong could stay as long as 2 months or more. There must be some trick to this place. I'll practice here and then figure it out as I go. Lin Ming closed his eyes. A moment later, he took out the purple comet spear. Above the spear shaft, azure true essence erupted. Break for me. Lin Ming gave a loud shout and stabbed out his spear at the cage's black barrier. There was just a slight catcher sound as the black barrier suddenly trembled, but only a shallow mark was left. It was far from breaking apart. That's solid. Lin Ming's heart went cold. Besides opening the heretical god force or using the concepts of thunder and fire, that strike had contained his full strength. That strike should have been able to shatter an Earthstep treasure armor. But when it hit the king's cage, it only left behind a shallow mark. This should be normal too. Lin Ming wasn't surprised. If he could break through with just a single spear thrust, then there wasn't much meaning in this. The heretical god force opened. Lin Ming also simultaneously used the concept of thunder. Chasing thunder, man and spear became one. Lin Ming turned into a purple light that smashed into the barrier. Catcher. With an explosion, thick arcs of electricity danced along the cage's walls like wriggling pythons. The king's cage shook violently for a moment as several thin cracks appeared. It's broken. If it broke so easily, this king's cage can't be that simple. Chasing thunder. Boom. The black barrier that already had cracks in it could no longer withstand Lin Ming's continued attacks. Like a pane of glass, it suddenly shattered into countless small pieces. The king's cage broke. The black barrier loudly collapsed, all of it disintegrating into powder before vanishing into the void. Lin Ming once again returned to that vast white space. This empty white space was endless. It gave off an extremely depressing sense. Shio, shio, shio. A series of sounds happened. Black arcs of light fell down on Lin Ming, wrapping around him and enveloping him once again. It quickly condensed into another black barrier, except this time it was much thicker. Lin Ming instantly understood. That king's cage from a moment ago had only been an appetizer. The king's cage smelting trial was divided into multiple levels. The weak could only make it through a few layers, so they naturally stayed here for a shorter period of time. But a powerhouse could rush past many more, thus they stayed here a longer time. But, aren't there martial artists that don't break the cage and just spend months in here? Can't they stay here for a longer period of time using that method too? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask this question. It seems like the king's cage is more complex than I imagined it to be. It absolutely can't be so simple. Thinking much more on this was pointless. He would slowly find out the further he got. What Lin Ming needed to do now was to break open this second prison cage. Ho dash! The heretical god force opened once again. He refused. On Skysplit Tower's 4th floor, High Lord Shengong was looking at Moha as he calmly asked him a question. That ungrateful boy wants to do things the hard way. Moha bitterly said. He had taken the matter of Lin Ming publicly refusing him to heart. Shengong, I already said that the boy wouldn't be obedient. What can we do? We've even offered a demon god bone and yet he still refuse. How can we possibly wait for that boy to become as strong as he wants before he leaves Skysplit Tower on his own volition? We might as well use this time when we are still stronger than him and carry out my plan. In a corner of the hall, High Lord Heian was sitting in a chain, his fingers lightly rapping against his old wooden staff. High Lord Shengong hesitated and slowly said, I don't believe the promises of a human. Heian, you want to lock Lin Ming in the king's cage until he dies, but how can we do that? We do not have the ability to alter Skysplit Tower's special practice areas. Rest assured, I have my methods. High Lord Heian cunningly smiled, his dark eyes as deep as the abyss. Chapter 585, Heavenly Demon Force Field. Chapter 585, Heavenly Demon Force Field. Penetrating Rainbow. Lin Ming gave a loud shot, opening the heretical god force to the limit. On the purple comet spear, the concepts of thunder and fire began to unceasingly blend together. Man and spear became one, turning into a comet that smashed into the black barrier. Bang! The black barrier viciously trembled. Under the impact of this unrivaled force, the black barrier completely shattered. Lin Ming ran out of the king's cage once more. Third. Lin Ming had continuously broken through 3 cages. To him, this wasn't too difficult. At this time, a fluid conscious thought entered into Lin Ming's mind once again, passing a wordless message to him. Millimeter. After breaking through the first 3 cages, that completes the basic test for a titled Azura and I can choose to leave after. Lin Ming saw that not too far away, a light appeared out of thin air. After a while, it actually formed into a transmission array. According to what he had just learned, he could leave the king's cage as long as he stepped into the transmission array. Should I leave the king's cage or continue practicing? Of course I'll continue. Lin Ming estimated that only 4 hours or so had passed since he entered. He certainly wouldn't leave so soon. Shio, shio, shio. Beams of light fell down like rain, but this time they were no longer black. Instead, they were 7-colored like a bright spring rainbow. Lin Ming could feel that there was a very big difference between the light from now and before. But how, he actually couldn't say. Interesting. As the rainbow light formed into a new king's cage around Lin Ming, his true essence constantly revolved within him. The heretical god force began to brilliantly burn. At night, within the special practice area of Skysplit Tower, dozens of golden seals were floating in the air. A caped old imp was standing there, drawing with a red-painted brush as he constantly drew new seals in space. The seals connected to each other, as if they were isolating an entire space. Behind this old imp was High Lord Heian. He was expressionlessly watching the old imp's actions, silent, until the black-caped imp finished drawing up the first section of seals. High Lord Heian then asked, "Master Suo-Ge, how long will the great spatial lock array you're laying down need to be completed?" "Around 2 days." The old imp said. Suo-Ge was the greatest array master within the Bloodslaughter steps. He was simultaneously skilled in current array formations as well as having deeply studied ancient array formations. When Suo-Ge was young, he had suffered a grievous injury, causing the demon crystal within him to break. Although he had been able to maintain his life through liberal use of high-quality pills, his injury was too heavy, causing permanent damage that couldn't be restored. This caused his cultivation to be forever stranded within the Demon King realm. Since it was hopeless for him to attempt further cultivating, Suo-Ge used the remainder of his time to thoroughly research and analyze array formations. Through coincidence, he found his own lucky chance, obtaining a small portion of a legacy concerning ancient arrays. After studying them through meditation, his understanding of ancient arrays reached a very high level. Millimeter, good. Then for these 2 days, I'll temporarily close this area away from the public so you can feel at ease while you lay down the array. There must not be any mistakes. Of course. Suo-Ge said as he returned to drawing the array. The dimension of the king's cage led to a transmission array in Skysplit Tower. After finishing with the smelting trial, a martial artist would need to pass through this transmission array in order to leave. This was an array formation that belonged to Skysplit Tower itself. Suo-Ge naturally didn't have the ability to alter it. But what he could do was use a roundabout way and block the surrounding space around the transmission array, trapping Lin Ming within the king's cage. "Master Suo-Ge, how long can this great spatial lock array be maintained for?" High Lord Heian asked. "Probably around 4 months. 4 months is enough." High Lord Heian's lips curved up in a sinister smile. If Lin Ming was trapped in the king's cage for 4 months, then he didn't believe he would be able to return alive. Once the king's cage surpassed the limit that a martial artist could bear, it would turn into a life-threatening situation. Otherwise, martial artists wouldn't be given escape talismans. Even so, there had been many martial artists that had perished within the king's cage. For a titled Azura to die within the king's cage, that would certainly be entertaining news. Although this would arouse the suspicions of many people, High Lord Heian couldn't manage so many matters. High Lord Heian thought about it again and said, "Master Suo-Ge, could you return sometime within 4 months and reinforce the array formation again?" "I can," Suo-Ge said. 4 months added with another 4 months, altogether 8 months. Even if you are a true dragon, you will still die trapped within the king's cage. Time passed a day at a time. With Lin Ming being immersed in his practice, the notion of time had become blurred to him. Break. Lin Ming's spear thrust into the rainbow wall of light. The wall of light fiercely trembled, but after several breaths of shaking, it stopped without the slightest hint of damage on it. That one strike just now had contained all of Lin Ming's strength, but it hadn't even been able to cause a dent. Still, Lin Ming wasn't impatient. He began to quietly prepare his next attack. After such a long time in here, Lin Ming had finally discovered the rules of the king's cage. Breaking the king's cage didn't depend on a single strike to reach the standard that could break the cage. Rather, it looked at the total accumulated strike damage to measure whether it achieved the standard. It was like the cage itself had an invisible life value. Every attack against this barrier would consume a part of this value. When all of this value was depleted, then the cage would naturally break. At the critical point right before the peak, even a random punch would shatter the cage. In other words, as long as one had enough time, they could continuously break through these cages. Currently, Lin Ming had already been stuck inside these rainbow-colored walls of light for 2 or 3 days. However, as time passed, he began to discover that something suspicious was happening. This rainbow-colored cage began to be filled with an invisible energy field. At the beginning, this faint energy field only disturbed Lin Ming's inner true essence a little. Afterwards, with time, the energy field began to grow increasingly strong, until it reached the point that it affected Lin Ming's entire body, forming a heavy pressure upon him. From his flesh to his organs, meridians, dantian, everything was enveloped in this heavy pressure. His heartbeat became heavier, and the blood in his veins seemed to flow like molasses. Even his true essence circulation was no longer smoothly traveling through his meridians. Even a breath took more effort than normal. After some time, even Lin Ming's soul came under its effect. Lin Ming was startled. He felt that this invisible energy field had already penetrated deep into his spiritual sea, where it began to intensely collide with the black vortex of the samsara martial intent. What is this? Lin Ming had never experienced such a strange energy field like this. At this moment, a voice appeared in Lin Ming's mind. This is the heavenly demon martial intent. What? Heavenly demon martial intent? Lin Ming was shocked. After one became a 12-winged heavenly demon, they could obtain the heavenly demon martial intent. Once this special martial intent activated, it could form a domain around the possessor. This was the so-called force field. Every time someone stepped into this domain, they would come under the influence of this force field, only able to use 50 to 60% of their full strength. The weaker one was, the greater the effects of the heavenly demon martial intent would be on them. I see. So that's how it is. The heavenly demon martial intent creates pressure on a person's body and soul. Thus, this would influences a martial artist's strength. If a martial artist was particularly weak, then they wouldn't be able to withstand entering this energy field, and would vomit blood or even die. If someone was enveloped by this energy field and had to constantly attack with all of their effort, then the load on their muscles, meridians, and organs could be imagined. No wonder some martial artists can only last for several days. Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. In this case, if a martial artist had to squeeze out all of their potential to the limit, their harvests would be great if they could withstand it. But, if they couldn't, then it wasn't a surprise if they died. After withstanding this pressure, Lin Ming attacked the rainbow-colored cage again and again. Because the flow of his true essence was hindered, every attack consumed much more energy than before. With the constant increasing of the energy field's pressure, he felt his body becoming notably heavy, and from his head to his toes, every place felt uncomfortable. Bang! 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 On the rainbow-colored barrier, the light of thunder and fire coalescing together blazed brilliantly. But in this non-stop attack, Lin Ming discovered that under this great pressure, the benefits he received were much greater than what he imagined they would be. If a martial artist's meridians were a canal and the dantian was the source of water, then the muscles, skeletons, and organs were the farmland that needed to be irrigated. After reaching the xiantian realm, whether a martial artist was cultivating or attacking, the acupoints throughout their body would be constantly absorbing heaven and earth origin energy, gathering it into the dantian before releasing it into the meridians where it spread throughout the body. This sort of passive method of transportation had a considerable limitation, and that was no matter what happened, it was difficult for the heaven and earth origin energy to penetrate deep into every part of the body. Normally, whether it was combat or practice, even if the body's energy was consumed to the limit and one was incomparably exhausted, there would always be some acupoints and meridians that weren't used. If the body didn't thoroughly experience this, then it would affect one's foundation, interfering with the growth of their strength. But this heavenly demon martial intent energy field was different. This force field was a wondrous state. Not only was it formless and invisible, but it could easily penetrate into every tiny cell within the body, not even hair would be left out. Heartbeat, blood flow, muscles, skeleton, marrow, meridians, every part of the body no matter how small had to overcome the suppression of this energy field. They would need to autonomously absorb true essence and also use that true essence. This process was an exceedingly good experience. In this energy field, even if one stood stock still, it would still be a form of practice, much less now when one had to make all sorts of high-intensity attacks under extreme conditions. The benefits to the body were massive. Not only would the essence-gathering system be tempered, but the body transformation system was the same. As for someone like Lin Ming who had a dual cultivation of energy and body, this was simply a paradisiacal environment. After realizing this, Lin Ming became thrilled. His attacks became increasingly swift and fierce. As spear lights kept thrusting towards a single point, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force as he combusted the blood of the ancient phoenix. With his entire body having to withstand this massive pressure as well as the crazy amount of true essence absorption, this sudden and intense change caused some of the blood vessels near the surface of his skin to directly burst open. No stopping here. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the entire rainbow-colored cage shattered like glass. Lin Ming gasped, dragging in deep breaths. Some of the muscles on his arms were torn open and dripping with blood. He had consumed 70 to 80% of his true essence and his body was terribly tired. However, the advantages he obtained were great. He discovered that unconsciously, his late Xiantian realm cultivation was becoming more stabilized. He had begun to take steps towards the extreme Xiantian realm. Chapter 586, Chaos Prison. Chapter 586, Chaos Prison. From the late Xiantian to extreme Xiantian, this increase in cultivation wouldn't cause Lin Ming's relative strength to rise by much. But from extreme Xiantian to revolving core, that was a massive leap. Within the Sky Spill continent, a Xiantian martial artist could be haughty and arrogant within a small mortal country. But a revolving core master could actually dominate their own area, creating their own sect. After swallowing down some recovery pills, Lin Ming didn't even have time to heal before a new cage came shrouding down on him, closing him in once more. But the heavenly demon force field hadn't weakened in the slightest. It still enveloped Lin Ming, making it difficult for him to even regenerate his wounds. Once this heavenly demon force field comes down, it won't weaken even if I break apart the cage. As long as I stay in the king's cage, every day I do means I will have to withstand the pressure of the heavenly demon force field for another day. This covered every tiny unit in his body, and even his soul came under heavy pressure. This feeling left one gasping for breath. And what was most frightening was that the heavenly demon force field slowly strengthened over time. This was why even a top talent like Fengshen could only stay within the king's cage for 28 days. He was too exhausted. If this was normal practice, then after someone exhausted all of their true essence they could just sit in meditation for several hours and then take a long sleep to recover all their physical strength. But in the king's cage, they had to resist the pressure of the heavenly demon force field even when they were sleeping, constantly consuming true essence. If a martial artist with a poor recovery rate came and his rate of true essence consumption was higher than what he could recover in meditation, how could he persist in the king's cage? However, consumption of energy was not a problem to Lin Ming. In terms of endurance and resilience, he was superior to even those old first-stage life-destruction monsters. Of course, his strength was far weaker than theirs. Time passed day by day. Lin Ming didn't know how much time passed, but no matter how prodigious his resilience was, after facing such heavy pressure constantly in this environment, he still felt his mind and body sliding into collapse. Of his entire body, there was no point that wasn't distressed. Even his spiritual sea was bearing this tremendous pressure. This caused Lin Ming to be especially startled. His soul defensive strength was in no way inferior to a life-destruction powerhouse's, but if even he felt such a weight on his soul, then other people's situations could be inferred. This is truly worthy of a titled Azura smelting trial. If the Eightfall War Emperor could last for 2 whole months here, then he was certainly a proud son of heaven amongst his generation. Skysplit Tower, Special Practice Area. A light flashed and a white-robed youth left the practice area, silently looking at the king's cage. This young man was the first-ranked master of Skysplit Tower's third floor, Fengshen. At this time, the door of light leading to the king's cage was calmly flowing, like an ocean weave in a gentle breeze. However, under this seemingly calm appearance, Fengshen was well aware as to how great the pressure within the king's cage would rise to be. Today was already the 40th day. When Fengshen entered the king's cage, he had only been able to stay within for 28 days. The duration that one could persist inside had nothing to do with one's individual cultivation. Rather, it looked at a martial artist's talent, tenacity, perseverance, will, cultivation, and other factors that affected it. Thinking back to his experience in the king's cage, Fengshen still had a lingering fear. As he nearly finished the 28th day, the pressure suddenly rose by another level. It was horrible to the point of tearing his meridians and crushing his soul. As a last resort, Fengshen had to use the escape talisman to leave. 40 days, that already approaches the level of the netherworld Azura. This is a talent that challenges the heavens themselves. Him and I were both born in the same era. I don't know whether that is luck or misfortune. Fengshen shook his head, turned his eyes and walked away. 5 days passed in a flash. 45 days. This was a time equal to the netherworld Azura. The news quickly spread through the third floor like wildfire. This implication of this was that Lin Ming's talent already surpassed the netherworld Azura's. This was truly a legendary achievement. Towards Lin Ming, the martial artists of the third floor felt admiration, envy, jealousy, veneration, love. Every single viewpoint could be found. Lately, a great number of martial artists either wittingly or unwittingly passed by the special practice area every day, wanting to see if that was the time that Lin Ming would come out. The number of days continued to increase. 46 days, 47 days, 48 days, 50 days. As long as he could stay within for another 10 days, then that was the record of the 8-4 War Emperor. If so, then that was truly a heaven-piercing achievement. To this extent, the number of people jealous of Lin Ming actually grew smaller and smaller. When Lin Ming's lofty star far surpassed them, their jealous hearts paled. This was because they were simply not on the same level, so there was no point in competing with him. Instead, these individuals would rather witness the birth of a miracle in front of them. Humph! What a group of idiots! Do they really think that Lin Ming has lasted until now? In a luxurious restaurant in the vicinity of the practice area, Yang Kai was drinking wine, sneering at the crowd gathered outside the special practice area. In front of him were Moha and Kai Yang. These three people had pledged their allegiance to Skysplit Tower 1 year ago. Because they signed a soul contract, they were loyal to Skysplit Tower. Naturally, High Lord Heian had no need to hide the truth from them. They were already aware that Lin Ming would never emerge from the king's cage. 50 days. Lin Ming most likely died inside. Although he was a truly prodigious character, he was still not on the same level as the 8-4 War Emperor. Even if he could compare with the 8-4 War Emperor, it wouldn't matter anyway. High Lord Heian has already decided to seal the king's cage for 8 months. Even if Lin Ming was the reincarnation of a demon god, there's nothing he could do about it. Moha sneered from the side while throwing some dried fruits into his mouth. Hee, I really want to see these people's expressions after another 3 or 4 months. I will be ecstatic. They all think that Lin Ming can create some sort of miracle, but none of them will know that Lin Ming has already died. A titled Azura level talent has actually died in Skysplit Tower. How ironic is that? Kai Yang repulsively grinned as he stroked his wrinkled chin. In his heart, he was thinking it was unfortunate that there was a demon god bone in Lin Ming's spatial ring. Kai Yang had also seen this demon god bone before. It was the size of pigeon's egg. For it to be left within the king's cage without knowing whether or not it would ever come out was simply a great waste. Let's go. The High Lord has made an exception and opened up the Divine Image Hall for us. We will each have 10 days to meditate inside and learn as much as we can. Let's go back and prepare so that we're in our best condition for it. We can't miss this opportunity. Millimeter, let's go. In the king's cage, the heavenly demon force field's pressure rose another level. These past days, Lin Ming had discovered another rule, and that was that the heavenly demon force field's pressure would rise another level every 10 days. During this grueling process, Lin Ming's body was constantly adapting towards this higher pressure. His body, meridians, all of these were being tempered and unceasingly strengthening. As the heavenly demon force field grew stronger, so did Lin Ming. Millimeter, this is. When a new cage came falling down, Lin Ming was startled. This time, the cage was completely different from the usual barriers of light. Phew. Everything in front of him turned pitch black, chaotic. He couldn't see anything at all. A thick darkness manifested into reality, fusing together with the heavenly demon force field. An overwhelming force enveloped everything, making Lin Ming feel as if he were suffocating. This chaotic darkness contained a great resistance. Even moving was extremely difficult. Lin Ming felt as if he had sunk deep into a quagmire. He couldn't see anything. Even when he released his perception, it was blocked by this chaotic darkness. His perception could only extend a single inch outwards from his body. To a martial artist, this was no different than blinding them. Lin Ming's chest ached. He tried to breathe, but the amount of air he inhaled was pathetic. Could the Eightfall War Emperor have been defeated at this pass? Lin Ming carefully thought back. When he had first entered the king's cage, it had been around 10 days before he encountered the bitter taste of the heavenly demon force field. This could also explain why the worst of all martial artists could only last 10 days in the king's cage before they were defeated. This was probably because they couldn't withstand the beginning of the heavenly demon force field. Then, Lin Ming began to count. The heavenly demon force field had strengthened around 5 times by now. If he wasn't wrong, then 50 days had passed. In addition to the 10 days at the start, this was his 60th day. This was the same time that the Eightfall War Emperor had forced out. What kind of amazing character was the Eightfall? He had crossed 8 stages of life destruction while grasping the concepts of space and time, then becoming a great emperor that was peerless within his level. As a human, he overcame all odds and earned the title of 12-winged heavenly demon within Skysplit Tower, but he had been defeated at this stage. This proved just how difficult this part of the trial was. Senior Eightfall was defeated here. Then, let me see just how far I can go. Lin Ming roared out and the heretical god seed erupted. His skeletons began to issue popping sounds as the faint cry of a dragon emerged from within his body. The purple comet spear lay horizontal. On the spear point, the power of thunder and fire wove together. Penetrating rainbow. A spear thrust out. A radiant spear cut through the stick-black chaos, a ripple-shaped thrust penetrating dozens of feet far away. However, this strike ended here. The spear light was eventually swallowed by the black chaos. The 3-foot-wide hole and the spiral ripples that extended dozens of feet out slowly vanished. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. He took an immediate step forwards and crashed into that spiral-shaped tunnel he had formed. In a single step, he jumped 100 feet forwards. But then, he was suddenly engulfed once more by that black chaos. The resistance suddenly increased. Every step Lin Ming took was beset with hardship. Without a doubt, this sticky black chaos was the king's cage of this round. In the last cage, as long as one had enough striking power, they could break through it sooner or later. But now this current cage, no matter how fierce one's attack was, it would eventually fade away into this regenerating darkness that had manifested into existence. He could only rely on his own 2 feet to leave. Lin Ming took out several dozen high-grade blood demon crystals from his spatial ring. In a single breath he sucked dry all of their heaven and earth origin energy as well as their blood vitality. 8 inner hidden gates, gate of healing, open, bang. Between Lin Ming's clavicles, a white light began to shine. Lin Ming had only touched upon the threshold of the gate of healing, he hadn't actually opened it yet. If he forcefully used the gate of healing's strength, then it would instantly place a great burden on his body. After touching the gate of healing, a powerful resiliency and strength came gushing out. Lin Ming aimed at the direction he started moving in and thrust out his spear. The spear light pierced through the black chaos. Lin Ming moved forwards, one step at a time. Lin Ming didn't know how large this black chaos was, or whether this was the correct method to leave this chaos prison. But he had no choice. All he could do was move forwards. Chapter 587. Perhaps, him alone in 10,000 years. Chapter 587. Perhaps, him alone in 10,000 years. 2 months, and Lin Ming still hadn't come out. As the time passed 61 days, the news rapidly spread throughout Skysplit Tower. The time that Lin Ming had been in the king's cage for had already surpassed the 8-4 War Emperor's record. This was the creation of a new legend. The only one to do so in 10,000 years. Soon, not only did the martial artists of the 3rd level know, but even those of the 2nd floor and 1st floor. Although these people didn't know what it meant to stay in the king's cage for 2 months, what they did know was that Lin Ming was the first to do so in the last recorded 10,000 years. Even the mortals in Skysplit Tower were awed by this. The first in 10,000 years. I never thought this could happen, ever. In a simple tea house, Muk Ji-yu was sampling tea, listening to the surrounding martial artists speak. He had been on the 2nd floor for the last several days visiting his sister, and now that he learned this, he felt it a bit incredible himself. Maybe after a few dozen more years, the Holy Demon Continent will have another 8-4 War Emperor. In front of Muk Ji-yu, Muk Ching was eating cake. She thought for a moment and said, "It's been a year and a half since I first saw him. I never thought that he'd turn out so fierce. Senior apprentice brother, do you think that we can win him over?" "Win him over? With what? We are just an ordinary 5th grade sect. We don't even know what sort of background Lin Ming has. It's impossible for a talent of this degree to just come out of nowhere. He might have some top powerhouse as his master." Muk Ji-yu shook his head and continued to stir his tea. He took another sip and said, "A character like this, it's impossible for us to draw him in. It's already fortunate enough if we can remain on good terms with him. Although the first time we met was relatively bad, afterwards I think I eliminated any problems. I could consider us as having a bit of friendship." Within the Holy Demon Continent, humans had been in a miserably position for a long time. Muk Ji-yu was glad to see a top human powerhouse be born in front of his eyes. Of course, if he could remain on good terms with Lin Ming, then that would also be a great benefit to his sect. Time passed slowly. Soon, it had been 70 days. On the 3rd floor, the news had already passed on. Rumors were spreading crazily. Every day, there would be a massive amount of martial artists rushing towards the special practice area, wanting to see if Lin Ming would come out. He had actually stayed in the king's cage for 10 days longer than the 8-4 War Emperor. Just what sort of monstrous talent was this? 70 days. Fengshen quietly watched the door of light leading to the king's cage, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Before now, he never thought that Lin Ming would be able to reach this degree. Fengshen had once been immeasurably proud of his talent. But now, he had been far surpassed by Lin Ming. "Hey, Fengshen, this is the first time seeing such an expression on your face." A voice suddenly sounded out. Fengshen turned to see Kai Yang. Kai Yang rubbed his chin, smiling as he looked towards the door of light leading to the king's cage, a look of indifference on his face. "Fengshen, this isn't like you at all. Aren't you usually so high and mighty? Since when did you have such a startled appearance?" Fengshen frowned. With his prideful attitude, he usually never interacted with anyone. He simply disdained speaking to these people. In Fengshen's eyes, Kai Yang was nothing but a dog that worked for resources. Such a person could make a bit of progress, but their will and mind were not strong. It was impossible for someone like this to soar into the sky. Without a word, Fengshen turned and left. Seeing Fengshen's response, Kai Yang was a bit displeased. He coldly snorted and said, "Do you think Lin Ming is still practicing inside? Do you really believe he has the talent to surpass the 8-4 War Emperor? Maybe he's already died inside." In the king's cage, there was always the risk of death. Before the creation of the escape talismans, there was an extremely high chance that a martial artist would perish within the king's cage. A great number of martial artists believed that they could withstand the pressure from the heavenly demon force field. In order to squeeze out all their potential and improve even more, they would break through a cage, getting more and more until finally, the pressure from the heavenly demon force field grew too much. At that time, as attacking became more and more difficult, they would finally be unable to break through the cage, resulting in their death within. After the escape talismans were created, the death rate greatly decreased. But there were still those who died inside. It was like a mortal that didn't sleep for several days while doing high-intensity work. This too could cause sudden death. For a martial artist, if they stayed under the massive pressure of the heavenly demon force field, their heart, dantian, and soul all came under enormous burden. If this accumulated for a long enough time, then it was possible they could suddenly die. The heart stopped beating, collapse of the spiritual sea, or even the dantian might explode. In this case, one would die before they had the chance use the escape talisman. Die inside. Fengshen chuckled. How could a true dragon-level talent die inside the king's cage? F***CK. What is so great about this Fengshen? Just because his background is good and his talent is high, he doesn't keep us in his eyes. If he came from the same background as I did, then I wouldn't need to be so humble in front of him. Shit, I'll wait and see whether or not you can still say Lin Ming will create a miracle once he's been inside for 100 days, 120 days. True dragon-level talent, F***CK that. Kai Yang muttered to himself, blatantly envious of Lin Ming. Hihi, I wonder what sort of expression you'll have once you know that Lin Ming died inside the king's cage. A pinnacle emperor-level talent actually died in a practice area. Ha 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 ha. Too ironic, too funny, too interesting. Thinking of this, Kai Yang viciously smiled, his heart feeling much better. He wanted time to pass faster so that when 100 days passed, he could see whether or not these martial artists were still clamoring for Lin Ming. 75 days. 80 days. 85 days. Time passed a day at a time. When the 80th day arrived, some people already suspected that Lin Ming might have died within the king's cage. But this suspicious was not held by the vast majority. After all, he was a peak emperor-level talent. If he died in the king's cage, then wouldn't that be the greatest joke of the world? However, this rumor began to slowly spread. On the 85th day, more and more people believe that Lin Ming had died. What a joke! A titled Azura whose name is carved into the king tablet has actually died inside the king's cage. Who would believe this if it got out? In a restaurant on the 3rd floor, some people were discussing Lin Ming. These days, Lin Ming was the topic of every conversation. He was being talked about in every restaurant and tea house nearby. Even if I don't want to believe, this is the reality. Maybe Lin Ming was too confident in himself and overestimated his bodily limits, finally doing something stupid. Lin Ming's most likely dead. Otherwise, 85 days is almost 3 months. That will almost be a month over the 8-4 war emperor. Isn't that just too exaggerated? How could that be possible? Haha. I'm dying from laughter here, it's too funny, too funny. A giant demon martial artist said as he struck the table. These past days those human clowns on the 3rd floor have been far too arrogant. They are so proud and happy about someone from their own race having such a great accomplishment, and look, the result is that Lin Ming actually died in the king's cage. I've never seen something so ridiculously stupid before. His head is damaged. To think that he would die even with an escape talisman. You can't even make this up, but he's even a titled Azura. I can't stop laughing, this is the funniest joke of the last 1,000 years. The giant demons were mortal enemies with humanity. When Lin Ming was at the height of his power, these giant demon martial artists naturally didn't utter a word. But now that Lin Ming had died, all of the envy and hate they had piled up suddenly exploded out at once. A human genius was also their competition. If he died, then they were all indescribably happy. Muk Ji-yu was also in this restaurant. As he heard this conversation, his complexion turned very, very ugly. He mindlessly took another drink of his wine and then stood to leave. Hey, isn't that the guy? What's his name? The giant demon martial artist who was speaking saw Muk Ji-yu. On the 3rd floor, Muk Gu's strength was at the very bottom, so many people didn't know what his name was. I think he's called Muk Gu. A nearby imp reminded. Oh. Muk Gu. I remember now, haha. Muk Gu, come and drink some wine with us. Regale us with the glorious stories of Lin Ming, your human race's top talent. The giant demon wantonly smiled. After being pressed down by these humans for the last several weeks, he was finally able to release all the stress. Muk Gu suppressed the simmering anger in his heart and coldly said, "It's only been 85 days, and you're already so sure that Lin Ming can't withstand it anymore? Just because you cannot understand his limits does not mean they exist." I can't understand his limits. Ha ha ha. Your words remind me of when I was a child. There was always this other kid that would be beaten up by me. Every time that I knocked his teeth out, he would always say that he would go home and get his father to come out and punch me. How hilarious. The giant demon martial artist slammed the table as he spoke, ruthlessly taunting Muk Gu. Muk Gu's complexion became increasingly ugly, but there wasn't any reason in retorting. In fact, even his own heart was wavering. Did Lin Ming really die? Lin Ming, I'm asking you to hurry. An existence like you is already destined to reach the highest level of this continent in the future. How could you possibly die in the king's cage? Muk Gu sighed. Was humanity's destiny really so lacking? Were they truly unable to give birth to such a glorious and peerless powerhouse? In the king's cage, the ground was snow-white and covered by boundless dark clouds. These dark clouds were very thick and sticky, to the point that one could cut them with a saber. These dark clouds seemed as if they were made of the blackest ink. The dark clouds quietly undulated. At this time, there was a muffled sound as a small piece of the dark clouds opened, a flash of golden light quickly passing through. Then, silence. There was nothing again but inky dark clouds. After another incense stick of time, another golden light flashed. This time, it stayed for a longer time before disappearing again. The time since the last disappearance was much longer, as if the golden light was condensing in strength. Around an hour later, there was a sound like a dragon crying as a beam of light as thick as a thigh burst through the dark clouds. It was like the sword of a god, directly piercing into the horizon. In the moment that the dark clouds broke apart, a person's figure rushed out of the hole created by this beam of light. This figure tumbled onto the floor like a thunderclap. I finally came out. Lin Ming lay sprawled on the ground without even the strength to move his fingers. He had been stuck in the chaos prison for nearly an entire month. This was truly a horrifying and painful experience. The chaos prison was incomparably thick. Even though Lin Ming used his full force to advance, his speed was still as slow as a crawling turtle. He had no choice but to use attacks to break open the chaos cage, taking advantage of the moment that the chaos was ripped open to take a few steps forward. Like this, his speed was quick, but he consumed true essence like he was pouring water away. It had to be said that even if Lin Ming used his killer move Penetrating Rainbow, he was only able to open a channel a few dozen feet long. But how big was this chaos cage? Lin Ming simply didn't know. Chapter 588, King's Cage, 100 Days. Chapter 588, King's Cage, 100 Days. For an entire month, Lin Ming was trapped in complete darkness. Even breath had become incomparably difficult. All of his organs were under pressure, and every small step he took required a tremendous amount of energy. That sort of aching fatigue made one prefer the bliss of death. After arriving at the extremes of exhaustion, it became even more unbearable than the pain. Once the pain reached the limit, one could numb themselves to it after a long time, but if one was exhausted, then it was impossible to rid oneself of that feeling. Not just that, but Lin Ming also had to bear utter loneliness in the void of space. After all, humans were social creatures. Martial artists could withstand loneliness if they went into closed-door cultivation, but that was also in a relatively comfortable environment of their design, unlike this land that made one fall into madness. There was no sound, no light, endless walking, endless traveling, and a never-ending fatigue that led to madness. And what was most despairing of all was that one completely couldn't see an end. They had no idea where to go. They didn't even know if the method they were using to break out of the chaos prison was correct. Even though Lin Ming's will was firm like iron, he too was close to collapsing after over 20 days. In the final several days, Lin Ming couldn't even tell if he was dead or alive. Reality and illusion were no different to him. All of his movements were completely mechanical and instinctive as he took that last breath and finally broke out of the chaos prison. During this period, Lin Ming didn't know how many times he had broken through the limits of his body. It had to be known that Lin Ming's endurance was comparable to a life-destruction supreme elder. Even so, he had been pushed to this degree. This chaos prison was simply not for a human to live in. Fingers shivering, Lin Ming took a top recovery pill out of his spatial ring and swallowed it. He immediately went into meditation and adjusted his breathing. At this time, the tremendous role of the Gate of Healing manifested. Even though he had only traced the Gate of Healing's threshold, the benefits were massive. A whirlpool of origin energy formed between Lin Ming's clavicles, continuously supplementing him with origin energy, revitalizing his dried-up meridians. After recovering his physical strength, Lin Ming took several dozen high-grade blood demon crystals out, sucking in all of their inherent origin energy and blood vitality in a single breath. Thus, color finally returned to Lin Ming's face. An hour later, Lin Ming was finally restored to his usual condition. As he looked at his dantian, Lin Ming was surprised. In just a month, he had already reached the peak of the late Xiantian realm. He was just a bit away from extreme Xiantian. He had only broken through to the late Xiantian realm a mere several months ago. There wasn't that great of a distance between late Xiantian and extreme Xiantian. But for him to cross such a distance in so little time, the effects of the chaos prison were simply terrifying. Thinking about it, this was also normal. By constantly keeping his body at the very limit and suppressing his potential to the greatest degree, with the added function of the heavenly demon force field, every cell in his body was painstakingly tempered. However, this sort of inhuman experience was unendurable for the average person. Even Lin Ming didn't want to experience the pressure of the chaos prison again, at least not for the time being. Standing up, Lin Ming suddenly discovered something. After adapting himself to the chaos prison and burdening the heavenly demon force field, although he still felt heavy, he wasn't as uncomfortable as he was before. Just from this alone, Lin Ming could see that his progress in the last month was great. It could be said that there was no way that Lin Ming's current foundation could be any more solid. There was no need to mention the essence gathering system. The true essence cyclone in his dantian had condensed to the point of turning into essence, and even his marrow seemed to be rejuvenated. His body transformation system was extremely solid. I wonder who created this king's cage. That person was absolutely a great character. It seemed that on Sky Spill Continent and Holy Demon Continent, there must have been something great that happened so many tens of thousands of years ago. Many peerless talents and heroes were born. But for some reason, in this era, everything including the history from 100,000 years ago have already been lost. Lin Ming was feeling happy for his progress just now, when suddenly, a massive pressure came smashing down on him. His blood tumbled and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is... Lin Ming fell to his knees, supporting himself with the purple comet spear. This sudden great pressure caused his meridians to rupture in multiple locations. It's too strong. Lin Ming almost couldn't help but curse out. The king's cage didn't even give you a chance to breathe. The person who designed this had probably expected that a martial artist who broke through the king's cage would make great progress in their strength. Thus, when the heavenly demon force field appeared, the pressure would ramp up to another level yet again. Ka. Around Lin Ming, the power of space seemed to warp. Then, in front of Lin Ming's eyes, space began collapsing around him. This rupturing of space created vast amounts of space fragments, blocking him in every direction. And in this confined space, there were ominous space cracks everywhere. There were some that Lin Ming could see, and some that he couldn't see, his perception not even noticing them. They were like the jaws of a giant beast, waiting for their prey to arrive. This is also a cage. Lin Ming sucked in a deep, cold breath. He was finally experiencing the true horror of the king's cage. It had been just over 3 months. If he continued, Then what else would he encounter here? The senior Supreme Elder who designed this cage was what kind of genius? Not only was he terrifyingly powerful, but his creativity and imagination was unrestrained, wild with ambition. The 12th cage, dimensional fragments. Would you like to try passing it? The strange voiceless consciousness appeared in Lin Ming's spiritual sea again. As it appeared, a shimmering transmission array also appeared in the cage. After the chaos prison are dimensional fragments. I wonder what's next. Lin Ming did not hesitate in his decision. With his decision, the transmission array disappeared. Soon after, in the enclosed space, the space fragments began to twist. The space cracks began to move up and down like spiritual snakes, causing Lin Ming to be alarmed. Without a doubt, the dimensional fragments could easily take his life. If he was cut in half by a sliver of these space cracks, it would be too late to activate any kind of escape talisman. With these space fragments as the boundary of this cage, and for the cage to also have space cracks that constantly morphed and move, just what kind of test was this? Just thinking of this cage made one aghast. At this time, outside of the king's cage, 95 days had passed. 95 days. Even Muk Jiu began to feel a rising sense of despair in his heart. Although he didn't wish to believe it, all logical reasoning told him that Lin Ming had most likely perished inside the king's cage. The longer one stayed in the king's cage, the more difficult it would become. The 8-4 War Emperor had only lasted in there for 60 days, but Lin Ming had already been inside for 95 days. Was this even possible? In the special practice area, Fengshen was looking at the door of light leading to the king's cage deeply. He let out a protracted sigh. Unimaginable. Fengshen shook his head and then turned to leave. He only felt sorrow and regret that Lin Ming had fallen here. Although he admitted that his talent was inferior to Lin Ming's, Fengshen actually felt no envy towards Lin Ming. He knew that some top talents might consider it a misfortune to be born in the same era as someone like Lin Ming, but Fengshen never thought so. To him, this was actually a goal for him to pursue, a dream that he could drink from to enhance his own cultivation. If one never saw a higher peak, then they would never know how high the mountains were. This would inevitably affect their vision and also the degree of their accomplishments. But now, Lin Ming had died here, and that goal along with him. In Skysplit Tower, Fengshen had the unbearable feeling of standing at the top. Chapter 589, Crisis. Chapter 589, Crisis. In the dimensional fragment cage, Lin Ming closed his eyes, moving with golden rock shattering the void. Under the tremendous pressure, his steps didn't have any of the usual fleeting vibrancy. Instead, it was like they were made of lead. In this cage of space, his eyes were useless. The space cracks simply couldn't be seen by the naked eye. Even his perception was limited. What Lin Ming could depend on was his understanding towards the law of space, and his mastery over the power of space only. Whenever a space crack quietly approached, Lin Ming could feel the fluctuations emitting from space. The fluctuations were like ripples in the water, appearing out of nowhere. Every time, Lin Ming would move in advance in order to dodge the space cracks that could cut him open. With Lin Ming's strength, even if he had completed tempering marrow and his body was comparable to a treasure, or no matter how thick his protective true essence was, in front of these space cracks, it was nothing more than brittle paper. Whoosh! A purple-gold spear light flashed through like a meteor, smashing into the barriers of the space cage. Catcher! Spear light erupted. The space barrier trembled just a bit before returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. These past days, Lin Ming had been constantly attacking the space barrier. Although he hadn't been able to shake it, Lin Ming, through this non-stop barrage of attacks, was unconsciously deepening his comprehension into the power of space. But at this moment, Lin Ming's body trembled. On his shoulder, blood erupted into a crimson rain. The blood was quickly twisted into a red mist by an invisible power before vanishing into an invisible whirlpool. Lin Ming was shocked. He immediately drew back. His right shoulder had been completely torn open. That was too close. Lin Ming's forehead dripped with a cold sweat. A moment ago, as he was distracted with his attacks, A small space crack the size of a slip of paper had quietly crept towards him. Such a small space crack created extremely small ripples in the void. With Lin Ming's attention being diverted, his perception wasn't as sensitive, so he hadn't been able to sense it. Such a small space crack, yet such a terrifying destructive power. Luckily, it was just my shoulder. A chill crept up Lin Ming's back. When he had entered the ancient ruins of the demon god Imperial Palace, the space cracks there hadn't been so horrifying. At that time, when a second-stage life-destruction Supreme Elder or those stronger flew into the broken world, they didn't fear those space cracks at all. Lin Ming felt that although his current strength wasn't comparable to those old life-destruction fellows, it shouldn't have been that far away. But yet, a small space crack the size of a tiny slip of paper had completely torn his shoulder apart. This showed that in this different world, the power of space cracks was completely different. In the demon god Imperial Palace, the broken world that held it was already approaching collapse. The power of space there was too weak. On the other hand, the world of the king's cage was very stable. The more stable a space was, the stronger the power of space was. After space disintegrated and formed space cracks, the dimensional fragments were correspondingly more terrifying. Who else dared to say that the concept of space's striking power was weak? If one could truly and completely grasp the concept of space, touching upon the source of all space, then with a casual strike, they could tear apart space itself. Who could defend against an attack like this? If he could soar into the realm of the gods, twist the space there and use that incomparably stable space as his weapon, then how powerful would such an ability be? Although this possibility was fascinating, Lin Ming didn't have any more time for distractions. Lin Ming's mind raced. He wasn't an idiot. If someone could do this, then there was only one possibility. It was a high-level figure of Skysplit Tower, a space-blocking array formation. Skysplit Tower also seems to have some capable individuals. This sort of array formation is considered complex, even among ancient array formations. Lin Ming had inherited the memories of a realm of the gods array master, so he had a great deal of understanding into this sort of array formation. But, to lay it out so that it would forcibly block a transmission array wasn't an easy task. You want me to die in here? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light, killing intent blazing in them. Foo. 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 Within the space cage, the space fragments flew around. Lin Ming could even hear some of the space fragments colliding with each other, and the sound of space breaking filled the air. These sounds were clear, but they were actually the sounds of death. What should I do? The normally calm Lin Ming was now panicking. Although he had a good deal of understanding into this sort of space-blocking array formation, wanting to break it open was another matter altogether. It would not be easy. Not mention that Lin Ming couldn't break it, but even if he believed he could, there was one condition required. This was that he needed a transmission array leading to the center of that blocked space. To Lin Ming, this was obviously impossible. Chapter 590, Betting It All. Chapter 590, Betting It All. The transmission array would only appear once this space cage was broken, and it would only appear for a short period of time. If Lin Ming wanted to break open the space-locking array during that brief period of time, then that was simply unrealistic. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt his back go cold. The tiny space fragments were hidden around him, appearing and disappearing. He simply couldn't evade them all. If this continued, then he would die without a doubt. Kai. With a light din, Lin Ming felt a cool touch upon his ear. A space fragment had scraped his ear as it flew by. Caught up in a space vortex, blood shot out from his ear. He had been completely unaware of this small fragment. Fortunately, it had brushed past his ear with only a bit of the power of space spreading out. If it had shot into his eyes, then the consequences would have been disastrous. What can I do? Lin Ming's mind went into overdrive as he went on full alert. As he noticed several more tiny space fragments disappear from the field of his perception, a flash of inspiration went off in Lin Ming's mind. The cosmic melting furnace. That was it. The cosmic melting furnace had its own world within. He could enter it. The top treasure of the demon god Imperial Palace was invaluable. It was at least a heaven-step treasure. Lin Ming could only open the first layer of the cosmic melting furnace. But that was enough. Lin Ming summoned the cosmic melting furnace with the quickest speed possible. He opened the lid and directly rushed in. Now, this furnace was all he could depend on. Catcher. With a snapping sound, the cosmic melting furnace gently quivered. A space fragment struck the side of the cosmic melting furnace, breaking into smaller pieces, but the cosmic melting furnace only vibrated, not a single mark left on it. This could be called an artifact treasure. It was naturally not something that a space fragment could break. Lin Ming let out a cold breath of relief. He was now hidden within the first layer of the cosmic melting furnace. With the lid closed, this was a completely enclosed and separate space. Originally, Lin Ming had also absorbed the Nirvana Dragon root here. Although I can't use this cosmic melting furnace to attack, it can actually be used to defend in this way. Until now, Lin Ming truly hadn't used the cosmic melting furnace. He didn't think that it would have uses like this. The heavenly demon force field's pressure has also weakened a bit. Although Lin Ming was currently within the cosmic melting furnace, he could still clearly feel the pressure from the heavenly demon force field, though a majority of it had been isolated. This pressure was truly pervasive. Thinking of it, the 12 sky-split towers, blood slaughter steps, and eternal demon abyss were a much more terrible relic of the past than the demon god imperial palace. Otherwise, 12 emperor-level powerhouses wouldn't have instantly died here. The six-fingered Sin Fei, who had obtained the title of 12-winged heavenly demon and became the greatest powerhouse of the holy demon continent, had come here on his own volition after experiencing a bottleneck in his 6,000 years of cultivation. He had come to the eternal demon abyss to seek his own lucky chances, but had also died inside like everyone else, without even his corpse left. On the other hand, the demon god imperial palace was much calmer. If a life-destruction powerhouse went in, then they had a 90% chance of leaving alive. After all, in the past when the demon emperor had founded the demon god imperial palace, he still hadn't soared up into the realm of the gods. No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be more formidable than the mystical force that existed in the eternal demon abyss. From Daegu's description, a massive earth-shattering claw had risen up and instantly killed 12 emperor-level powerhouses, one of them who was a legendary hallowed lord. Just thinking about this was horrifying. Feeling the space fragments strike the cosmic melting furnace, Lin Ming's eyebrows wrinkled together. Although he could hide in the cosmic melting furnace for now, he couldn't do so forever. If he couldn't break apart the dimensional fragment cage, then he couldn't return. Not just that, but the force field pressure in the cosmic melting furnace would also be constantly rising. If he retreated into this furnace and wasted his time here, then that was the same as drinking poison to slake his thirst. When the pressure became stronger, it would be even more difficult to break through the space cage. What could he do? Lin Ming was silent for a moment, and then he clenched his teeth. He pulled out a black glass bead from his spatial ring. This was the demon god bone. According to Daegu, these were the remnants of emperor-level powerhouses. When an emperor-level supreme elder died within the eternal demon abyss, the energy within their body would condense into this essence. Like pine sap that became amber after being buried in the ground for hundreds of thousands of years, the rich energies in the eternal demon abyss condensed into substantive energy. After an immeasurably long period of time, this energy would naturally crystallize. This sort of crystal, if he melted it into his life source and used it to nourish the fires of his life, let alone raising his strength, it was even enough for a demon king powerhouse to break through to become a demon emperor. This was a heavenly treasure that a demon king level martial artist would go crazy over. Of course, he could also use it to temper his body, but this was an extremely wasteful method. Even a giant demon martial artist wouldn't use it in such an extravagant way. Tempering the body, Lin Ming muttered to himself. He had some understandings about the usage of the demon god bone from Daegu, as well as gaining some insights from Moha. This was to integrate the energy of the demon god bone into his own life source. To a human martial artist, this so-called life source was the Dantian. To a giant demon martial artist, the life source was their demon crystal. Lin Ming cultivated humanity's essence gathering system. Logically, If he absorbed the demon god bone, then he should absorb it into his dantian. But Lin Ming didn't want to do this. He was preparing to use the demon god bone to temper his body. This was also called the most wasteful method. He wanted to take the incomparably rich energy within the demon god bone and fuse it into the gate of healing, using this to break through the final boundary of the 8 inner hidden gate. This was the fastest way Lin Ming could think of to make a breakthrough in his strength. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to swallow the demon god bone. Lin Ming also had some understandings towards the demon god bone. Since the heavenly demon 7 stars could use them, he shouldn't have a problem either. Of course, swallowing the demon god bone was not a problem, but whether he could borrow its power to open the 8 inner hidden gates, he was completely unsure. From tempering marrow to the 8 inner hidden gates, that was equal to a large increase in realms. There was a gap in the middle of these two that was nearly insurmountable. From all the brutal requirements Lin Ming needed to complete tempering marrow in the past, one could see just how difficult it would be to open the 8 inner hidden gates. Although he had just barely traced upon the threshold, it was at most equal to being a half-step into the 8 inner hidden gates. It was the same as being a half-step Xiantian or half-step revolving core. Even though it was just that minor bit, the difference from truly being at the Xiantian realm or revolving core realm was huge. Success or defeat, all would be bet on this. With teeth clenched, Lin Ming poured his true essence into the demon god bone. As true essence flowed into it, the demon god bone gradually softened. It turned into a squishy oblong sphere and then completely turned into liquid. This black liquid was like ink, but also carried a glassy sheen. Lin Ming flicked his finger and divided the black liquid in half. Half was swallowed by him, and the other half was placed in the center of his clavicles where the gate of healing resided. When the liquid black demon god bone first entered, it was icy cold. But as it entered into his belly, it turned into a blazing fire. The liquid black demon god bone that Lin Ming had placed between his clavicles also felt as if it had caught on fire. With a kai-kai sound, this black mercurial liquid quickly seeped into his body. It quickly permeated through his pores and deep into his clavicles where the gate of healing was. The demon god bone was originally a supremely tyrannical medicine. With Xing Tian's strength, he simply wasn't able to use it. Lin Ming's strength naturally far surpassed Xing Tian's at this moment. By reason, it shouldn't be a problem for him to use it. However, what actually happened was beyond Lin Ming's expectations. He was still under the heavenly demon force field, and every cell in his body was resisting this force field. It was impossible for his condition to be at its peak. While resisting the heavenly demon force field, the maddening power of the demon god bone manically flowed into his body. These two forces came from the same source. When the demon god bone's energy merged into Lin Ming's body, it actually fused together with the force field into one whole. Instantly, Lin Ming felt as if his throat was smoking and there was a demonic fire combusting within his body. Lin Ming's cells were originally under a heavy pressure. Now, with the sudden increase in force, some of Lin Ming's cells directly burst open. Puff! Lin Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was blood that was coming from his body bursting apart at the seams. Damn it! To use the demon god bone to open the 8 inner hidden gates was originally a sudden inspiration idea that Lin Ming had. But what would really happen after he swallowed the demon god bone was simply unpredictable. He never thought that the demon god bone would actually work so well together with the heavenly demon force field. Both of these stemmed from the eternal demon abyss. There simply wasn't any problem in them fusing together, creating a force that wildly rampaged through Lin Ming's body. This was the same as Lin Ming's body having to withstand double the energy pressure. Too hot. This was Lin Ming's greatest thought. It was like his body had caught on fire. His meridians, dantian, organs, everything surged with a agonizing heat. It felt like magma was flowing through his body. Lin Ming wanted to use the chaotic virtues combat meridians to forcefully suppress this feeling and absorb this manic energy, but he had already consumed over 50% of his true essence and now he was powerless to do any of this. Puff! A fog of blood burst out from Lin Ming's arm. After his blood left the protection of his true essence, it was instantly scorched to ash. Lin Ming's insides had become a stove. The energy grew hotter and hotter like a growing inferno. On the other hand, Lin Ming was quickly consuming true essence. Soon, everything would go completely out of control. When this happened, it was possibly that Lin Ming's body would be completely burnt down by this berserk energy. Kai kai kai. That was the sound of the periphery of his meridians being burnt. Too hot, too thirsty. Clutching his throat, he felt like his clavicles had been incinerated. And this heat had already spread to his throat. With great effort, he fumbled around his spatial ring hoping to take out some water. But when he reached in, he actually touched something cold. This is. Lin Ming took out this object, and was startled to see it was a jade box. Around this jade box there was a faint chill in the air, and a layer of frost was condensing around it. Opening the jade box, there was a cocoon of electricity. And in this cocoon was the nameless divine pill refined from the Nirvana dragon root. When Lin Ming had first attempted to open the 8 inner hidden gates, he had melted a small part of this nameless divine pill's efficacy and swallowed it. He took what was left over and sealed it away in this jade box. The smaller nameless divine pill was covered with a blue layer of ice-cold frost. Even placed in the jade box, one could feel an implicit terrifying ice-cold energy. This ancient air that emitted from it seemed to have experienced tens of thousands of years, making one feel suffocated. Lin Ming could clearly recall that when he had placed this pill into the solar origin spring water, the spring water had directly turned into a lump of ice. An absolute cold. The piercing cold in that water seemed as if it could freeze his soul. When he approached it before, his muscles had begun to shiver, and when he touched it, his body was frozen and almost shattered. Extreme cold. Extreme heat. Two polar extremes. Lin Ming suddenly grit his teeth, raised the nameless divine pill and prepared to swallow it. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.